T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Hey, it's started.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them good. That's right, this is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Just to touch up on the topic matter of the CHX volume that we had yesterday. I put an all hands out on the deck kind of thing, posting it out on Twitter. I posted it out on Reddit, and we'll see what we get out of it. So far, I haven't gotten anything from anybody yet on, and I even went to Boss Blunt's think tank and posted something there. Actually, I think that may have gotten taken down. I don't know if there's some kind of posting requirement or something, but I'm trying to reach out to as many people as I possibly can to look into this to try to get the understanding for the hunt for that CHX volume that we had from yesterday. That was completely abnormal. I'm going to share with you guys here on the screen real quick the some of the results of what it was that I found. I went through and highlighted from basically yesterday all the way back to, I don't know, like November of 2020. I went back and I looked for large amounts of volume coming through CHX, and I highlighted anything over 300,000 shares in volume, because you can look percentages of the volume for the day, or you can look at it as a percentage or a total amount of volume. And some of the things that I kind of came up with, I charted out, I highlighted them all, copied down all the dates, and then plotted them on a chart to kind of see what it would look like. And there was a little bit of a grouping of them before the January run up. There wasn't anything like before the June run up, like specifically right before, like a month before or anything, but there was some that happened right after the June run up. There was also some that happened shortly thereafter. There's a couple other periods of time that were after that as well. Uh, I want to say like majority of the ones that seem to stand out to me are on the backside of movements downwards in price. There are some that show up also on the front side as well. So it just kind of depends. I don't know if 300,000 was too high of a limit that I should have been looking, maybe a little bit more than that, but 300 was the number I kind of settled on for that magic number to just kind of seem to stick out to me as like a large amount. And so I plotted all those, and this is what it looks like on the page here. Now I don't other than the fact that there was a grouping back here, and the fact that we've got a grouping up here where we're at right now, like really close days to each other, where we're seeing a lot of volume moving through at the same time, is the only thing that I see here. There's a grouping right here. It's hard to see when we had that March run up to $34.33. There was a grouping right there towards the top where there's multiple days. It could be that 300,000 was maybe just too big of a number for me. I should have been looking at smaller numbers, because then I probably would have caught like dates that were probably on the front side of some of these big moves. So you're seeing like pre-movement, and then you're seeing after movement of big volume changes. But this is what it looked like on AMC's chart. I also did the same thing for GME as well. I also used the 300,000 number, which basically kind of excluded a lot of data, but they had a massive grouping before their big run up. A huge grouping of 300,000 or more shares going through that CHX exchange. I think there's in total here 5 days worth of days where they had 300, and it was all in December, all right up in December, and then price just absolutely started ripping through that. So yeah, I don't know. And then there's one here on the front side of the I think it was let's see, it was February 26th. There was a date there, and then they had another price run up shortly thereafter. Then they had kind of one on the backside of this run up in June. So uh, there is, I don't know, again, I don't know what the correlation is to, if there is any correlation to what happens with price movement, but um, it is very abnormal to be seeing large amounts of volume through CHX. It's not common. To me, since it is ran by the SEC, and I'll just read like the little blurb that you can, if you go to Wikipedia, you can just pull up. on it. Formerly known as the Chicago Stock Exchange, is a stock exchange in Chicago, Illinois, U.S. The exchange is a national security exchange and self-regulatory organization. So it's not really they're self-regulated national security exchange, meaning that I believe that it says here it operates under the oversight of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC. So my thought process is, and this just hear me out here, but my thought process is that this may be some kind of settlement exchange, like a forced settlement exchange, since it's the oversight is over the SEC. It also says Intercontinental Exchange acquired CHX in July 8, 2018, and the exchange rebranded as NYSE Chicago in February 2019. If Credit Suisse was having some kind of problems, maybe we're seeing forced settlements that are occurring from overseas exchanges, maybe some kind of swaps that are occurring. I don't know. I really have no idea. So that's why I've got an all hands out. But I do believe that the current amount of days that we've got here going in a row, 3 days in a very short period of time, is starting to stack a little bit here, and somebody's got some problems and moving shares through exchanges they don't normally move shares through. Something's going on. I don't know what, but it's the first time I've ever noticed it. I'm reading what you guys are saying. Screw 'em deep. You sound tired, Casey. I got normal sleep last night. Maybe a little congested more than usual, but if anything, rushed. I got up today and had to do some extra stuff before I made my son a peanut butter banana milkshake before he goes to school, but he's not going to get up until 6:30, so I didn't have time to make it beforehand. Actually, I hope he's up. Hold on a second here. I probably should go check on him. I think he's supposed to leave. Arthur says you sound sexy, Casey. All FOMO. I should probably go check on him real quick here because I know he's supposed to leave in about like 13 minutes, and if he's not gone on time, he might have problems. So give me just 1 second while I excuse myself here and go check him out real quick, make sure he's up and running. I will be right back. Okay, he's up. So, American Trader said probably banks scrambling to get money for Elon to buy Twitter. So I actually did check. That's one of the things that I did. American Traders, I went through and I checked yesterday. Tesla, Amazon. We checked all the meme stocks. Well, not all of them, but some of the meme stocks out there, and they didn't appear to have any unusual activity. So it was primarily, and I also checked Amazon just to see what Amazon was doing to see if this was like a market-wide event. It did not appear to be a market-wide event. There may be others out there that we can look at. I haven't done that work yet. But I will post my Reddit post up here so you guys, in case you want to see that. The more eyes, the better. I'll pin that up to the top today. No, there was a deal, Anthony, that was made. that Netflix is going to show one of their movies, Netflix only movies, through the movie theaters. Good morning, Micah. Poverty with Nathan says, don't forget to leave it on unmute so we can hear you wake his ass up. And I just shouted up there, I was like, you up? Let's see here. Tim, it sounds like Tim's going to Disneyland. He says to build a lightsaber or not to build one. It seems cool, but just trying to figure out if I should. 200 seems like a bit much to me. I don't know, man. It depends on how cool the lightsaber is. If it's like one of those little plastic toy ones that you get from Toys R Us. Oh, that's right. You don't get them from Toys R Us anymore. Where do you get them now? I have no idea. From Walmart. If you get it from Walmart, kind of looking thing, then I would say no. Typical young adult, wake up 5 minutes before you leave, sweep back the hair, chug a drink, throw on some clothes, and run out the door. Yep, that sounds about right. Give him the old military wake up call. I don't even know what that is. All right, guys, I'm going to clean off the glasses and we'll take a look at the numbers. Hope you guys had a wonderful night last night. I hope life is treating you all well. What's the military thick? Since you got me wondering, what is the old military wake up call mean exactly? I'm not sure. Yeah, no kidding, lit alien. 4 cups of only four? Is that all you're doing today? You shout like a drill sergeant. Gotcha. Okay. Nah, I don't do that. I figure I don't know. I feel like my life is as I've gotten older, like my perspective on everything kind of has changed, and I kind of feel like if kids are so tired that they can't manage to wake up on time, just let them sleep. So what? Not the end of the world. MGTO says that's just a former resident of Chicago moving his money to the Cayman Islands. Yeah, you might not be wrong. Tim says Toys R Us is coming back, but I don't think it'll be the same. I don't either. Alrighty. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here, and we'll take a look at what's going on with our numbers. Log into my broker. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. While you're setting it up, make sure you set it up with two-factor or for a secondary phone number to send the two-factor authentication code to, in case something happens to your primary phone number. It's good backup to have. Remember, guys, I'm going to take you over the other page. I won't be able to see what it is you're writing, so if I haven't said anything about it yet, or until you see that big tramp come back up on the page again, I'm not going to end up seeing it. So hold those thoughts until I get through this. Let's see. Let's start with price prediction tally points. Starting in the left-hand corner, this is not financial advice. This is just four gentlemanly apes trying to figure out what price is going to be of the combined prices of AMC and Ape every single day. I had 875 to 1175. Eric had 9 to 12. Keto had 878 to 1178. Monty had 915 to 1215. Let's see what we got showing up here. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Closing price on AMC and Ape was $9.41. Everybody gets a point. Yep, everybody gets a point. Points around. There is a three-way tie going into Friday. Happy Friday, you guys. Friday, yay! It's Friday, yay. Got it. Yeah. Does it feel like Friday to you? Wait a minute. Is it Thursday? It's Thursday. Wait, is it Thursday or is it? No, it's Friday. It is Friday. Did I not give points yesterday? I feel like maybe I didn't give points or something. Hold up a second. What happened here? This is acting like I didn't give any points out yesterday. Maybe I didn't. I know he hit though. All right, well, I'm just going to put everybody where I know they're supposed to be. I was sitting there just changing the numbers to what I thought they were supposed to be anyways, and not realizing that it looks like I didn't put point. Oops, it's supposed to be 4. Boy, it's already one of those kind of days. Yeesh. All right, let's see. I got to correct everything here. Hold up. We don't have our points yet for Friday. Easy, Casey. Easy. The coffee's hitting too hard, too fast. All right, there we go. We have a three-way tie going into Friday between Eric, myself, and Keto. Monty still has a chance to win this. If Keto, myself, and Eric all miss, he could sweep it. So it is still possible for Monty to be in the place running here. Whoever has the closest average price to the closing price for the day-to-day will win the point, the extra bonus point, and win the week, sweep the week. Taking a look at True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators. Short exempt volume for AMC was 393.4. Nice healthy increase there. Volume for Ape for short exempt volume was 162.2. Volume is still 100% for AMC, I think, but let me just re-verify this information real quick here, just to make sure. It indeed appears to be utilization is 100%. Let me check the date to verify the date. The date says October 6th. That is correct. We are on day number 168 days of utilization being 100%. 168 trading days. 72.73 for Ape. So that went up. Decrease in price yesterday for AMC, it was down 2.86%. Ape was 8.57 down. And let's see here. Max Payne. Max Payne started out the week at $8 on Monday and then went down to $7.50 every other day after that. And I'm going to say that it's going to stick right at $7.50 again for today. Let's see what it is. $7.50 it is. We're going to end the week out at $7.50, so not going to be a whole lot of change. Probably somewhere plus or minus a buck or so off of $7.50 for the close for the week for AMC. And then let's see here. This is the hot topic right here. For me, it is. Off exchange, the final numbers for the day yesterday on off exchange was 58.58 for AMC and 9.03 through the EDGX for a grand total 67.61%. That's about 3.61% higher than a normal day, so it was elevated even with SSR being tripped. CHX final number for the day yesterday was 2.83. That is compared to the 30-day average of 0.26, it is definitely elevated by quite a bit there. Like what, 2.5% higher than normal. And on Ape, final numbers for Ape for off exchange was 56.9 and EDGX at 7.84. Total volume for those two exchanges was 64.74%. That's pretty dang close to right on what I would expect to see for a normal day. CHX showing up at 4.06%. Very, very, very high data. Very high. Just for recording purposes, I guess, I'm showing you right now GME's final numbers for the day. They had 43.43 going through the off exchange. EDGX had 11.7, and the CHX was at 0.32, which was 0.1 higher than normal. Institutional ownership. 153.992 million was the value that we've been seeing for a little while now. Hot minutes, still the same number, no change. And let's go straight to options. We'll look at Ortex here in just a minute. These are options for AMC only. Open interest, highest amount of call volume in open interest has been at $8. It's now dropped down to $7.50 from $8. And there is 16.3 thousand contracts. Went from 13.8 at 8 yesterday to 16.3 at 7.5. On puts, highest amount of volume yesterday was at a $7 strike. That is still the case. It went from 5.9 thousand contracts to 6.8. 2.5 to 1 ratio, almost 3, but yeah, 2.5 to 1 ratio on call versus put volume. Market suggesting a closing price, combined price, or sorry, market suggesting a closing price of AMC somewhere between $7 and $7.50 for the day today. We're sitting at $7.19 currently. So whichever way it ends up swinging, just figure that it's going to end the day out somewhere close to where we're probably at right now. And let's see here. Let me move over a couple screens and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. The rest of the story. Man, just throwing this out there while I'm moving screens around. I got a content strike yesterday for that song that I played. I couldn't believe it. I was like, really? I was like, that's a 1984 song and they're content striking on that one. I was like, that's insane. And the other part about it that was kind of weird was that it wasn't a content strike for everywhere. It was only for certain countries. So kind of odd. I mean, it is kind of odd. It's kind of odd, but not really kind of odd. I mean, I can understand why. Usually, most oftentimes, the reason that you get content strikes when you're not monetized is when there's some kind of controversy behind the music or the group, like somebody's fighting over royalties. Typically, that's what I find. All right, I think I got all this stuff moved over here. Let's take a look at combined price of AMC and Ape. feel like I'm forgetting a screen here, but I'll figure it out in a minute. I'm going to start deleting some of the past stuff that I've got in here. This ascending broadening wedge, get rid of that. Yesterday we had this very long wedge that finally broke down. Took almost to the near end of this thing to happen. Where is price moving now is the question. So let's see if we, I have no idea. Oh, I just deleted that. Let's get it back on there. There we go. I'm going to see if I can figure out where we might have combined total price goings to help me a little bit with an idea of a price prediction for the day today. Oh, come on. This does seem to be a falling wedge a little bit here. Let me just get the line back up. There we go. Does appear to be a falling wedge, and normally these do break going north. Hard to say if this is going to break today. It could potentially. Do remember, guys, that with suck, squeeze, bang, blow, I've said in the past that normally we have price remaining relatively the same and as volume drops. Yesterday, let me pull up the actual final numbers because I did kind of like a quick rough run on this just to see what the final numbers would look like. The final numbers came in at a $7.12 closing. Total volume for the day yesterday was 19,229,100, and for Ape, final closing price was $2.24, and volume 14,209,000 and oops, 209,900. So it was actually a 1% up. The final volume in the aftermarket hours got it up. It was like down, what was I said like 4% or 6% down. In the aftermarket hours, it had enough volume to be able to put it at a 1% increase day over day in volume. I mean, it's almost a dead flat day, but price was down day over day by 4.29% in total. I would expect so combined, we've had about almost 12% down over the last 2 days combined between the two stocks. And so I would expect to see, let me see how much difference that is. 783 to 712 puts us at about a 70-cent difference, and here's 50 cents. So we're looking at like, $1.25, $1.20-ish. I would expect to see this not probably if it does drop some more today, I wouldn't expect to see much more than maybe a 50 cent combined drop in price between the two. And then I would expect to see some more positive movement upwards starting next week. If we start moving upwards, don't expect to go too far. It won't probably go more than $1 or $2 higher than the combined price of what it was when we entered into the bang phase. So just keep that in mind. Markets this morning, I'll show you here in just a minute, are looking kind of neither hit nor miss. So I would just kind of expect to kind of see this kind of trade just maybe slightly downwards. Combined price between the two, if we're sitting at $9.48 right now, probably The lowest I would expect to see is maybe $9. Taking a look at the Ortex data, let me refresh this real quick here. I really need to create a third page that doesn't have all this junk on here. I know the page looks kind of jacked up the way it looks because I've got it set up for Weeble, but I really need to fix it so when I show it to you guys, it doesn't look all jacked up. Let's see here. Let's take a look at all the numbers here. Utilization, there's your 160, what did I say, 168 days? 168 trading days of utilization being 100% for AMC. We're going to zoom in specifically on our current point in time. On loan amount for AMC increasing day over day, ever so slightly from 184.87 to 186.1. So we're looking at 1.3 million increase in loans. And let's see what else we got going on here. On loan average age per day with a 1.3 million increase, so I would think is probably still moving upwards. So let's check it out. It is. Went from 57.84 to 58.25. Estimated short share interest of the free float. Let's see how much of that was in new short interest. Probably going to be a third of that 1.3 million. Went from 19.14 to 19.23. So we got 0.00 or 0.09. So about 463,000 of that was in short interest estimating. New short interest. And let's see, security lending volume day over day. It's starting to increase slowly over the last 4 days. It's been on an increase. We're seeing 5.16 yesterday to 5.59 today. Or sorry, the difference between the 2 days ago and yesterday. On Ape, utilization increased from 70.75 to 72.73, which means you got an on loan increase amount. The increase was from 25.69 to 27.7. So 2 million, I'm just going to call it 2 million. It's basically 2 million. 2 million share increase in loans on AM's Ape. In short interest, that's going to raise that number from 7.51 to 7.71. On loan average age per day dipping due to those new loans from 8.04 to 7.79. Security lending volume day over day is decreasing for the last 4 days. We have it went from 9.14 down to 4.77, so almost halving. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape was the only one on the list for most of the day yesterday between Ape, AMC, and GME. Hold on a second. Hey, Hunter. It's in the blue bottle, right next to the milk. Let's see here. The final results. Ape didn't even show up on the list. GME's the only one on the list here for final results. They had a 54% buy to 46% sell ratio. I do not see any of the others on here. I would have thought for sure Ape would have been on the list, but those are the final numbers of the day. See you later, bud. Have a good day. No, have a great day. Stupid dad. He's going stupid dad. It's always saying that stupid saying. So dumb. See you later, bud. SSR trips for the day today. It did not trip yesterday on AMC or Ape. SSR tripped tripping point for today would be at $6.41 for AMC. And let me get you the number here real quick for Ape. I don't expect to see that trip today, but you never know. It could happen. Let's get a calculator up here. 2.016 is SSR tripping point for Ape. Shares available to borrow. Let's see if they've borrowed anything from last night. Looks like they've borrowed out about 600,000 shares. There were some in the ETFs as well. They borrowed out most of those. Let's see, 80, 90,000 out of there. 90 plus, yeah, I will say 690,000 shares. So I'm just going to round that up to 700,000 shares. Yesterday we saw 550,000 shares borrowed. Wait, how much did I say? 700. Yeah, 700,000. Fees are incredibly high right now. 22.7% for the day today. Here's your lottery ticket losers. 9.7 thousand contracts in the money on the calls versus 92,000 contracts that are out of the money in the calls. We have 22.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 12,000 contracts that are in the money. Futures. VIX is showing down 0.63. Most of the market is showing positive, but not all of it. We do have the micro NASDAQ 100 down a little bit here. So it's kind of some mixed numbers here. Some exchanges are looking, some market quotes that are showing here. Why am I having a problem with words? Some of the future market quotes that are showing up here are some positive, some negative. The market's not really sure which way it wants to go at this time in the futures. But let's take a look and see what they're actually reporting currently. Most of the world yesterday had a red day, anywhere from 0.5% down to up to 1.5% down. The only one up was FTSE International, up 0.15. As of this morning, Tesla is up 0.34, Amazon down 0.36, Cinemark down 0.33, Doge is down 0.29. Bitcoin is under 20K again, just barely, and up 0.16. GME is down 0.19. HYMC is down 0.58. Hood is down 1.07. NCMI is up 2.04. Ape is up 1.79. And AMC is up 0.42. Inflow versus outflow. Total amount for yesterday was about 5.6 million more of inflow than outflow, which is pretty high. It's kind of unusual. 8, I don't know. I've pulled up a calculator. 8,000 shares having been traded so far on AMC. Extremely low volume. Everything's going to come through here in the pre-market pokey stick of volume, which is in about 11 minutes. That is incredibly low. Low number here. On the hourly. For AMC, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.77, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. No, sorry. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of those two. I wouldn't even say it's a divergence. It's just a crossover of the vortex indicator. RSI at 41.13, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.08, which is slightly below average. On Ape, yesterday we had $800,000 more on inflow than outflow, with 8,000 shares traded so far this morning. Ape and AMC having very, very similar amount of volume traded so far. And on the hourly for Ape, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.72, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.53, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.16, which is average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. Oops. We have our lagging line below price line on the hourly. We have the conversion below the base. Price is below conversion. In order for us to see some, according to this indicator, in order for us to see some really strong buying pressure, I think we would have to get price above $2.59. So we'll just say 260. We're hunting for 260 is going to be the magic number to get us some more buying pressure from outside institutions. 260. And on a 4-hour chart, lagging line below price line, conversion below base, price below cloud. Actually, there is a pretty large window starting to form on the bottom side of the cloud to where this could become a buy. Because what you got to do is you got to get the conversion above the base, and then you got to get the lagging line above the price line for it to become a buy and not be inside the cloud, which I think is possible right around $3.10. So you'd see a push at 260 and then a push at 310. But it's going to fizzle out at 310, and the reason I say that is because that's when it starts to enter into the cloud. Actually, the fizzle out is going to occur at about $3.20 because it's got to push from 320 all the way up to about $4. So there's going to be like a dead zone. If we were to move up in price today, there's definitely a dead zone somewhere between $3.20 and $4. So it's a very, very, very dead zone there. Taking a look at that's for Ape. For AMC, taking a look at AMC, we've got the very unusual short green cloud that showed up here. Prices, our conversion is below base. Lagging line is below price line. The only way we see some outside institutional buying today is if we make it over, we'll just say $7.45. Or should I just say 750? I'm going to say 750. We got to make it above 750 on AMC, which kind of tells me, because our max pain is at 750, kind of tells me they're going to keep it right underneath that at all costs, because I guarantee you they're not going to want to see a whole bunch of buying pressure coming in all of a sudden. So 750 is going to be the magic number. I think we'll have to continue to monitor that. The conversion line is really low to the baseline. A push to 750 may not even get that conversion above the base. So just because price would launch above the cloud, we may actually have to go higher than that. So I'll have to keep a watch on that for later in the day. On the 4-hour, you've got lagging line right on price line, conversion just now starting to dip in the aftermarket hours or the end of the day yesterday below the base line, and then price is right below the cloud. So a push to get price to run on a longer term Ichimoto cloud would have us needing to be above $8.30. If it makes it above $8.30, this thing could just absolutely just run. It does look like there's a green cloud. It's getting really close to forming in the futures. Remember, price does like to move up through thinner portions of the cloud. I kind of tend to believe that there's going to be a little bit of a run maybe midweek next week as we get to the thinner portion of the red cloud. So we may see some more downwards pressure to keep us just underneath the cloud, or maybe even run into the cloud starting next week. But maybe midweek we may see that push through. And I think that's all I got for you guys. Let me reset the numbers for Ichimoto. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna keep the tramp off. So let's see, $6.41. SSR trip is $6.41 right there. Let me check something real quick here. I just want to make sure I've got synthetic price failure set up correctly. I think I do. All right. And we'll reset the number for SSR trip 2.016 for Ape. Oh, shoot. I just lost my screen. I wonder if the other one's going to go off here in a second. My screen just shut off. Were you guys still seeing the numbers on the page here? We were messing, my son and I were messing around with some of the settings on my screens because they stopped turning off. I'm just curious if did you guys see any changes? I doubt you would, but okay. Let's see here. All right, the camera's back on. We changed some settings on my screens to have the monitors turn off like every hour, just to try and save energy. But they were doing it on their own, and then all of a sudden they just stopped for some reason. No idea why. Just stopped deciding to turn off on their own. So we went through the settings and changed it all up so that it would do it again, and then now they're turning automatically after an hour, no matter what. Doesn't matter if I'm working on the screen or not. It's like, nope, shutting down. So I'm gonna have to change that setting back to off. Give me 1 second here while I fix that, because I'm not gonna like that. All right, that works. Hey, we got a new Chan Chan in here. Welcome, Melanie Hutchinson. Easterbeast says, if Adam Aaron is going to combine Ape with AMC, am I wasting my money buying Ape? Sorry if it's a dumb question. Well, first off, your vote counts. You're the one that gets to decide whether or not ultimately if Ape is going to, well, you and everybody else who's a shareholder gets to decide whether or not Ape is going to transfer over to AMC. So you get to decide. You get to be a part of that decision process. So ultimately, I guess I personally think, and this is how I feel, Easter Beast. I think it would be a travesty to see those shares transfer over to AMC. All of our short interest, our squeeze cake, is over there sitting in AMC, right? Those are our main ingredients. And the whole reason I never really wanted to see dilution, and I don't know how everybody else feels, but I think we voted it down twice now on share dilution. But the whole reason I didn't want to see share dilution on AMC was because it immediately gives shares to institutions who have open positions that are in the money and they can close them immediately. Once they get those shares, that's the final product that they need to close out their positions. So if Adam Aaron were to sell shares first, which he has to do, he has to sell off his shares of Ape, all of them. By the way, he can't convert just a portion of them; he has to convert them all. If he sells off all of his Ape shares and then decides to convert, institutions could buy those Ape shares, and then when they get converted to AMC shares, use those shares to close out positions if price is low enough to where they're in the money. So, or actually, they could just close them out for a loss. I mean, if they wanted to pay the difference in price and close out, they could do that as well. But in my opinion, I wouldn't want to see those shares transfer over. Now, the other part to that is don't forget, he only put up 425 million shares to be purchased on this registration that he just did, which means, and 70M Pokestick is here, I get it, I know, which means that he's not going to ask us anytime soon if we want to take Ape shares and turn them into AMC shares, because he's not putting them all up for sale, not yet, anyways. I think he left a reserve of what is about 50 million shares. So pokey stick of volume coming in here, guys. It had for AMC, it had 49,000 shares going into it, which means we had about 10,000 shares in trades going into that minute. Uh, so a 5x on the pokey stick here. It still means low volume though, because it doesn't really matter. Whatever the total volume is at that minute is what I count to kind of get my prediction for the day. So we're going to see 10 to 30 million tops on AMC. Ape, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like darn near the same number. Oh, there's a lot less. All right, so 29,000 shares for a pokey stick, and we had about 10,000 shares going into it. So it had a 3x value of volume for that minute compared to traded volume going into that minute. 5 to 25 million. It's not going to change my prediction on that one either. That's what been the going rate lately. I would expect much lower volume though today. And as you well know, since we are in the bang phase, price should remain relatively the same while volume decreases day over day. That's going to be it's the catalyst. It's the springing effect that causes us to have this massive price jump going into. And when I say massive, like massive meaning like something higher than 10%, should have a massive increase in price going into the blow stage or phase. Well, Roadster guy, we still gotta love our ape friends at DRS. You know, it is their choice. That's what it is. You know, so I don't want to show less love to people who are DRSing. It is absolutely their choice to do that. Every single one of us has a choice to decide what we want to do with our shares, and that's the beauty of having the ability to be able to make a choice that you want to make. So I don't, don't single out people and say, screw you or anything like that. But, you know, try to come at it from a more perspective of like, I need to show you something. Let me show you what's happening. And this is the numbers. These are the numbers. These are the results of what it is that we've been doing. I still love you, brother, as a fellow retail person who's struggling against these stupid hedge funds and institutions that are screwing us over. But look at the data. The data proves something, and it's not doing any good. But we still love you no matter what you do. We got it. We got to take that point because quite honestly, Roadster guy, we got nobody on our side. We don't have the government's not on our side. Institutions are not on our side. Hedge funds aren't on our side. Institution hedge funds are the same thing, but hedge funds, the short and long positions are not on our side. Our own brokers aren't on our side. Nobody is on our side, Roadster guy, except for ourselves. So the idea that we need to, you know, be able to trust in each other still, um, we need to. We need to have open dialogue and talk about things. If they still choose to ignore the data, then you call him an idiot. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Totally kidding. Not saying that. Let's see. Sorry. What happens if institutions buy all Ape and then vote Ape to merge with AMC? So if they buy, they would have to, first off, MB, they would have to buy the 425 million. With 425 million, they would have less than 1/3 of all of the votes out there. The chances of them voting to have those merge into AMC and get that to happen would be, um, I would imagine, would be next to impossible. Arthur Martin, you can call it whatever you want to call it. I have not trademarked it. You can call it the pokey stick of volume all you want. Melanie, I want to go to the movies this weekend, and I talked to my wife about it. We were discussing a couple different movies. Oh, and I forgot to tell you guys. I talked to we came to a family discussion last night about the whole Mario thing, and I forgot who's in it. Did you know Jack Black is Bowser? I didn't know this. I didn't know Jack Black was Bowser. And what's his face? The Marvel hero guy that's also from The Office. I can never think of his name. Chris something or other, right? Chris. Yeah, I forget his name, but he's Mario, right? He's Mario. Funny dude. Like I have a feeling it's gonna be a legit funny movie. So we started talking about it at the dinner table. We watched since the trailer dropped last night, we watched it, and I was like, I really truly honestly didn't think that I was gonna go see that movie, guys. I'm really actually kind of pumped for that movie now. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Chris Pratt. Thank you. I want to go see the movie now, so but then, of course, my son was all like, "That's in April, Dad." I was like, "Son of a gun!" I was like, "Really, April? Come on." Smile. Melanie says, "I want to see Smile." That's what we were talking about as well. In fact, Tony Donaro posted something on Twitter about it being a pretty scary movie. So I want to go see it with her. The question is whether or not I can. This weekend's not going to work for us, Melanie. I think we're going to have to go next weekend because she works this weekend. Tonight's like her last night off that I have with her. So unless we go tonight, which it probably won't happen, I probably won't have a chance to go. Although I could always take the kids to go see something else, though. Crystal says, I just got through posting this exact thing 30 seconds ago. Support our ape community, especially those that freak out or worry. It's true. It is true, Crystal. Like the worst thing that we could possibly do is segregate the community to a point to where people feel like they're outcasted. Like we really, truly, and honestly need to keep the ties between us strong because we have nobody else on our side. Nobody. Nobody but us. That's it. I notice people out there are talking about how to buy remaining ape shares from Citi as well. We mentioned it here a few days ago. Weird how that works. Yep. Yo, in fact, I would love to see that happen. I would love Adam Aaron to put out an offering to just owners of um, shareholders. I don't know why I couldn't come up with a name. I want to see him put out an offer to shareholders to buy those shares at whatever price we choose to buy at. Like maybe some like an initial public offering to just not public but initial shareholder offering for maybe say perhaps like I don't know $7 or $8 a share. The question is would you pay that? Would you pay $7 or $8 a share if he did that, especially if it drove up the price of Ape to meet those numbers? Fritz Flaps Ears says, "You're the only YouTuber I'm left watching. Al Boston only for fun. Can I ask, could Citadel keep this going on forever or many years?" I don't believe so. And I think you're seeing a systemic failure in the entire market because of it. So my answer to you is I don't believe so. Monty, I got your price prediction down. Thank you, sir. 776 to 1076. Novocaine says, good morning. Good morning to you. I'm trying to catch up to what it is you guys are saying here. Casey, just say a post in the comments and Adam Aaron combining Ape and AMC. Casey, just say a post in the comments is Adam Aaron combining Ape and AMC. Wait, what? I'm so confused by what you said, CP. Good morning, Pam. Crystal says no lashing out or bashing of anyone for having a hard time and are frustrated. I try to encourage and or hug our community and know Ape is alone. We in this to win this together. I agree, man. Sorry for calling you a man. Obviously, you're not a man, but I say that. That's just how I work. But I agree. I totally agree. Pam says she saw it last week and it was scary. It's so creepy. Like I don't even know if I'll go out into public and like if I saw somebody smile at me like that, I would it would kind of creep me out a little. I think and I think that's gonna be a good movie for my wife and I. We like scary movies. Melanie says I didn't know there was a Mario movie that sounds. They just dropped the poster like 2 days ago, I think, Melanie, and then yesterday they dropped the trailer. I think it was yesterday. We should probably maybe we should watch it with you guys. Maybe it's too early. I think it's too early to kind of hype. Hey Arthur, I appreciate it, man. Because I went to the think tank and I posted it in. Well, I think I went to the think tank. Let me ask you a quick question. So I go to Boss Blunt's think tank. It says muted. Uh, I muted it. I muted it because I don't like having the dings show up on here. Let's see. So I went to Ape Chat in the text channels, and I went in there and I typed in and put my post in there. And I went back later to check and see if anybody had posted or responded to it, and I couldn't find my post anywhere. It was just gone, completely gone. And I was like, okay. And I don't know if it's because somebody deleted it or I don't know. It was just gone though. So I don't know if I'm posting to the wrong spot and I got censored or I don't know what. Arthur says, Casey, my only worry about this play is we make a lot of money from it, but inflation makes it worthless. I mean, go back to some of the worst times on in inflation that we've ever seen in history that you can think of in your lifetime. And I know you're older, like I think we're really close to the same age, so I know you're older like I am. And so if you go back and you look at inflation over time and what prices have gone up to for certain things, I don't think I think I don't want to make assumptions, but I think that the amount of money that you might make you walk away from this, because I don't know how many shares you have, and I don't want to know, but I think however much money you walk away from this will probably be more than enough for you to not even have to worry about inflation all that much. Sure, it'll probably impact you, but you know, inflation will be like a fart in the wind to you. It's gone. It's just gone. You won't even be thinking about it. Just started the Eat the Rich documentary. I always say documentary. It's documentary. Casey, come on. On Netflix with my wife last night. That's cool, man. My mom sent me a text yesterday. She recommended a movie to me. She said it was really good and had to do with hedge funds. And she'd never heard of. I'd never heard of it. It's called The Love Punch. I've never heard of it, but she said it's a divorced couple scheme to recover the retirement money that was stolen from them. That's the little breakdown on the movie. Apparently, the movie was. Let's see. She sent me a picture of it. The movie was made in. Well, that's weird. It says 1190. Oh no, those are votes. Oh, 2014. Never heard of the movie before in my life. Roaster guy says if we all buy the remainder Ape shares at $8 or $9, no more debt. LFG. I mean, it'd be cool if he did something like that, like a shareholder offering at $8 or $9, and then Ape price would immediately like drive up to those prices. My daughter in college says there's a kid dressing and smiling like Dahmer. That's really weird. Tell her to be careful. I hope she's got. Please tell me she's got like a mace or something like that she carries around with her. Casey to the dunk tank. I got dunked. The problem is I never go over there and post anything, so I'm wondering if like half the people there don't even know who I am, and they're just like, delete that guy. Mitch, 2 weeks. Are we there yet? 2 weeks, man. 2 weeks. Z Wade, good morning. Oh, you saw it at 6 p.m. Did anybody respond to it, Arthur, or did it just go unheard? Because I went looking back for it. I didn't see anything, so I couldn't find it. I couldn't find any responses. It was just nothing. Dead silence. Pam says Point Break. Yes, after. Oh, she's responding to Point Break. Things are tight. People don't have the discretionary money to buy shares. Makes sense. Volume is dropping. I don't think that's why volume's dropping though, Mitch. Um, but I do want to show you something real quick here, since you mentioned that, because I hadn't seen this before. I don't know why I hadn't seen it, but I don't know specifically why I've never. Maybe I just never paid attention, or I'm not exactly sure why I haven't noticed. But if you look at the volume, how do I make this larger? Let's see here. This is the SPY volume since 2021, and I would say that volume is actually, if you look at my moving average, I think I've got this set up. I've got a moving average on here. Yeah, I do. There's a volume moving average on here. If you look at where the moving average is, let me see what the volume moving average time frame is real quick here. 5 days. Come on, that's ridiculous. Who puts a moving average for 5 days on a daily? That's just dumb. There we go. All right, so if you look at the moving average here, I just put it for 65 day. The reason I did 65 days is that's a quarter's worth of days worth of volume trades. So it's a VMA on a 65 period time on a daily chart. And I'm putting my arrow or my line right on this. Hopefully you can see this on the page here. But it looks like our average volume right now in the entire market is I would say it's come down from where it has been since the beginning of this year, but I still think that compared to previous years, it's actually volume is actually pretty high as of right now. And you can see this is COVID right here. This is COVID, and this is pre-COVID. Pre-COVID was much lower volume than what we're seeing currently. So I don't know that I necessarily disagree. And the reason I say that is that volatility, right? Volatility index VIX is kind of a great determining factor as to whether or not you're seeing a really volatile market, and you are. You're seeing people who are moving their positions around quite heavily. Everybody's repositioning to get to a better spot so that they're not, everybody's trying to get to high ground, and because they see the tsunami coming, and it's people know. And if it's not people, at least institutions do, and so they're reshuffling everything. So I don't think that we're seeing low volume on AMC because of that right now. I do believe it's part of the cycles that we normally generally see. And then I would say that the other reason that we're seeing lower volume right now is simply because of the fact that what I always talk about. The more DRS shares that we have, the more we're going to see lower volume. And for that reason, the reason being is because shares that are taken off the lit market. Sorry, I'm adjusting my screen here. Shares taken off the lit market for trades reduces the amount of volume that's traded in the market. It's directly impacting. Those just don't look even. It's directly impacting the amount of volume that we're seeing being traded. It's definitely having an effect, for sure. It's just not the effect that I think that people want or that we need. Roaster guy says, very tricky waters, that think tank. You have to tread lightly. I feel like I feel like I've never done anything over there that would make anybody mad, I don't think. No, Justin, it's just levels of participation, right? And if you're not buying to the lit market, then yeah, I mean it's not helping anything. But it is, it is what it is, man. Edward, good morning to you. Good to see you. Oh, sheesh. Corey says, "What up, Casey? Did you order your turkey?" Corey, by the way, guess you'll never guess who contacted me. They want me to come back. Corey knows what I'm talking about. It's just between me and Corey. I have not ordered my turkey for next month. Casey Shaw's power of attorney. Good morning. Man, it almost looks like Sal's. Is that a dragon? It almost looks like a dragon. Do you think we are going to legalize marijuana after Biden's news? Boy, man, I think we could. I don't know. I don't even want to guess, man, because I didn't think I'd ever see it in my lifetime. Quite honestly, I really never thought I'd see it in my lifetime. Yeah. Okay, that's what I kind of figured, Arthur. Maybe I need to contact Boss directly and see if he can kind of push a little bit. I'll try to contact Boss directly. I've got ways of doing that. I just figured I'd post it so everybody could see it. So um, he needs to have like a Discord that's like a no fluff kind of thing where it's like just like projects that they're working on, and that so that conversation can happen like elsewhere, but like people just see like I have one of those. Like I created it. It's called a what did I call it? I called it Casey's Projects. Like I want to try and keep that as empty of and void of conversation as possible, so that there's just projects there that people see what needs to be worked on or looked at or whatever. Mitch, if you go to Superstonk on Reddit, it's a subreddit on there, and I think that they post up quite frequently the amount of shares that they have DRS'd. I don't know how they get the information, but I do believe that they are collecting that data. Yeah, I haven't seen the video, Harry Parrot, because I don't want to give it any any views. I was told about it, and I just don't agree. I mean, we could have a discussion about it if you want to understand like why I say I don't agree. The thing is, Harry Parrot, is that everybody would have to be on the same page, right? If every single person is on the same page, and this is including all those people out there who are swing trading AMC, and I know they're out there. We know they're out there. You know, Review Dork has been very famously open about the fact that him and several people that he follow him swing trade AMC. And so what would end up happening, Harry Parrot, is if everybody agreed that we were going to stop buying shares, then that means nobody can sell shares either. Because if you start selling shares and you don't have buying pressure, then you're just going to see price drop like a rock. You're going to see shares being collected, accumulated, and you're going to see this thing end faster than you can blink. And so everybody, you have to get every single person on the same page. It's just like DRS, man. You have to get every single person on the same page, and if you don't get everybody on the same page, then you don't have the results that you want to see. You're gonna have the opposite of that. You're gonna have the exact opposite results of what it is you want to see. So the idea of everybody let's stop buying means okay, then everybody stops selling too, and you can't do that. We have no control over who sells and who doesn't sell, especially if price starts to drop, right? Because if you have a pinhole leak in a balloon, right, and you're blowing up that balloon, this is a great example. And I've mentioned this before. If you have a pinhole leak in a balloon and you're blowing up a balloon and you stop blowing, what happens? That's the answer. That is the answer to what it is that he is suggesting. Is that balloon going to deflate to the point to where it's empty and has no air any longer and is done and over? Absolutely. Because that's what we're talking about. You can't have a pinhole leak and stop blowing. You just can't. Or you're screwed. Absolutely screwed. So try to get as many people as you can on that same page, because it's got to be 100% of them. No, so I can look into it for that song. Ben, I'm not down at all. I'm good. It's good to see you in here. Don't think I've ever seen the name before. Welcome to the channel. Million says they tax the shit to raise the funds. Crystal says, Biden's news. I'll have to go see what that's about. Legal weed for all 50 states and federally. I think that's what they're talking about. Yeah. WV, you got your message deleted on there, and I'll tell you why. In the description box of this channel, you're gonna find there's some rules to this channel. There's 3 of them specifically. But we don't talk about any other stocks that aren't relating directly to AMC or AMC related. Anything else is outside the bounds of discussion here. But I'll tell you what, there are different places you can go to get that information. It doesn't matter, Harry Parrot. You don't understand what I'm saying. There's a pinhole leak in our balloon. Buying pressure is blowing into the balloon. If you stop blowing into the balloon and you have a pinhole leak, what happens? It is about the buying, and it doesn't matter what they're using our buying for. What matters is the fact that you're still buying into a balloon that's deflating with a pinhole leak. You have to continuously blow into it in order to keep it inflated. If you don't, you have a deflated balloon and it doesn't do anything. It just crashes. You drop it and it drops to the ground. Yeah, it's good to see you, Ben. Not a problem, WV. I'm sure you just didn't know, and that's okay. We just remove the comment and then figure, you know now. It's all good. Apex and see WV. This is going to be interesting because you're going to go like, but Apex just said Bitcoin. I do monitor Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin and Dogecoin are two cryptocurrencies that I monitor, and I do think that those have a strong correlation to what's happening to both our market and also AMC. So I do allow Bitcoin talk and Dogecoin or crypto. If you want to talk about crypto in general, you could just say like crypto's down right now or something like that. Good morning, Casey. Did you see Boss's stream yesterday? Astronomical numbers with options. I heard about it, Alex, but I have not seen it, and I don't want to comment. No, no comment. You know how I feel about options. I think the problem is that not many people have analyzed what has happened in November of last year, and they don't understand that who is collecting the money on the premiums right now is different than who used to collect the premiums. The entire makeup of where money is exchanging hands flip flopped in November. Whereas I would say in any other situation, normally a gamma squeeze is required to have a squeeze. You don't, it's not required, but it's going to happen. Like you always have a gamma going into a squeeze, right? And it's part of the makeup of a normal squeeze pattern. The problem is that in our particular case, I think they're trying a little something different here, and hedge funds gave up. If you look, they went long on AMC in November. Sorry, I shouldn't say November. In the fourth quarter, in the fourth quarter of last year, they started taking out a bunch of long positions, and it's as if they were preparing for the price to run. And then what ended up happening was our brokers realized that they could make money on the front side of this. So what they started doing was controlling price using the off exchanges to push volume through there to hide price discovery, manage the price so that they could keep the price at max pain, so they could collect the maximum amount of money on the derivatives that were by closing the price every single week as close as possible to max pain as could be. And so they are absolutely just raking in the piles of money right now. And a lot of people don't understand that there is uh, the table has flipped. The tables have flipped, and now instead of hedge funds, being the ones who'd be getting screwed over a gamma, it's now our brokers controlling price so that they can collect money on the derivatives. Now the thing is that if our brokers are truly the ones who are in control of price right now, if everybody stops pushing money into the derivatives, they'll let the price run like they did in March, because that's the only way that they can get people to start pumping derivatives again. So they let the price run up in March to $34.33, and then as soon as everybody started dumping their money in derivatives again, they shut off the siphon immediately. Price fell like a rock, and everybody lost every penny that they had on that run up. Guess who? Guess who lost tons of money on that? Some of the YouTubers that are now leaving. They lost crap tons of money on that run because they thought for sure it was the end, and so they started dumping like tons of calls into it, and then they started trying to convince everybody to start buying puts as they sold puts. So you have to understand you have to follow the money. You really have to follow the money and what people are doing. And when you start to understand what's happening and who's making the money on it, you start to realize that options on AMC it's a shit show. It's an absolute shit show. Like it's not going to help us. Institutions will allow price to run and they will cause a gamma to happen all on their own. We don't have to do it. And the reason that they'll allow a gamma to happen is because they'll be the ones making money on it. And why do they need to make money on it? Because they got to pay us. Ultimately, they are the ones that pay us. and they will let a gamma happen if we just let them do their job. If we keep our grimy little fingers out of those options, they will do the work to cause a gamma squeeze. They'll make the money, and they will pass that back down to us as we sell our positions. We just have to let the process work. The problem is we got too many control freaks out here who want to try and find a way to make this thing happen. But we need to just sit back, relax, and just buy and hold, and that's it. That's all it's ever been about. We don't have to do anything else. Z-Wade, that's funny, man. David Stevens, they went with call options. When I say they went long, they started buying up a bunch of call options and closed out as many put positions as they possibly could. They started buying calls back in the fourth quarter, not shares, calls. I mean, American Trader, you're not wrong. It really was. I mean, what it comes down to, and nobody wants to hear this or have anybody say this, but what it comes down to is we have a gambling problem amongst us. And I said this, I alluded to it or said it yesterday. We've got a bit of a gambling problem amongst us. And until those gamblers either lose all their money or they come to their senses, we're going to continue to see this thing trade sideways to slightly down, and people are going to wonder why until their money starts drying up and they start leaving. For example, like some of these YouTubers, right? They lost a lot of money on the 34-33 run, and they saw a lot of people losing money that they were advising, which they should have never been doing, and so now they're going to quote unquote help people make money, right? So they're like, well, we're gonna have to go make money elsewhere because we can't make it here. Duh. I've been saying it for a while now. This is not the place to be playing hero. It's just not. C Wade says I'm a pretty decent day trader and I won't touch the meme stocks options. That takes your learning and destroys it, regardless of charting skills. You never really know what's gonna happen. It's dude, so true. It is so true. Well, see, you gotta. That's what you gotta realize, MB, is you gotta realize that institutions are gonna want to make money on this as well, right? There's no way that institutions don't make money on this play also. And once you start to realize that you have to work with your brokers instead of trying to fight your brokers, then you start to realize that you have to play with the system. And truly and honestly, all we got to do is just let our brokers do their jobs. But the thing is what is their job? Their job is to make money. That's every single one of our brokers' job is to sit there and make money. But we're fighting them. We're fighting them when they're trying to, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna fight us? All right. Well, we'll just take your money. We'll take your money while you fight us, and then we'll pay you back your money when we're done with you. Whatever money you're gonna get out of it." So they're just going to keep on trying to make money. That's what it's their job is to do, is to make money. Stop fighting them. Stop fighting the system. Let the system work on its own, and let it fail on its own, because it will, and then collect your money. The institutions will make money, you'll make money, everybody will be happy. But we've got too many gamblers out there. Sammy says the SPY is falling. We got VIX up 6.9%, or was that yesterday's numbers? Let me see here. I think that's yesterday's numbers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's yesterday's numbers. Let me check something out real quick here. Futures, I only see the VIX up 0.7%, so it's not like massively. If it is falling, it's not falling by very much, I would imagine. Yeah, it's like 1%. BioLife says Florida reporting numerous lithium battery fires in electric cars from Ian flooding, not good for EV companies. Have you ever seen one of those? Have you ever seen an EV or yeah? Have you ever seen an EV fire? Those are nasty, man. I don't know that I would ever want to be in one of those vehicles when you get into an accident. It'll be hedge funds will lose, MB. Ultimately, hedge funds will lose, but our brokers aren't gonna stand to not make money in the process because they have to pay us. Sorry, hold on a second. Sorry. Uh, yeah, those EV fires, man. I have seen those EV fires, and all I gotta say is I would never in a million years want to be trapped in one of those cars, in it when it's happening, because it ain't pretty. You think? I mean, I've seen a regular. I remember one time my parents, my mom, dropped me off at high school, and there was a car that it was there, and it caught somehow or another, the car caught on fire, and so I watched this from the top. I don't know, it's probably like 20 feet away. I watched this car go up in flames, and it was pretty quick. It was really quick. It was a gasoline car, not an EV, just a regular gasoline car, and it was quick and violent, and really kind of amazing to see how fast the car can kind of catch on fire and engulf in flames. But then I saw a video of an EV car, and it was 10 times faster, 10 times faster, and way more violent than that car that was burning at my high school. And I just when I saw that EV fire, I was just like, wow, that is extreme. I mean, you've seen videos of people's phones um, that have exploded and caught on fire from the batteries busting open, right? Imagine a battery the size of a car instead of your phone, and imagine what happens with that, because those things are nasty, super nasty. You're not If you can't get out of that car fast, like if you can't get out quick, you're done. You're just done. There's no trying to get to your senses. You got to get out quick. I mean, I really feel like they're the only way. I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to scare people into not buying EV cars. It's not what I'm trying to do, but I mean, it's scary. It is really, really scary kind of looking, and when you see it, you're going, I don't know. For me, I just kind of go like, I think I'd rather I'd rather avoid that. John's like, well, I'm never buying one now. Well, I mean, the idea, John, is that maybe eventually we all have cars that are self-driving and we don't have to worry about accidents, and because they're like less than 1% of them will get into accidents, but we're kind of a ways away out from that. Oh yeah, thank you, BioLife, appreciate it, man. All right, I'm gonna head to break here, throw up my message, not like throw up, but put up my message. Let's see here. And leave you guys with some music. Alrighty, I will see you in a little bit, guys. Actually, 1 second. I want to just check something out here. Why did that not? Oh, I see. Okay. I was trying to figure out why my van didn't roll into the right spot this morning. I was using the wrong spots to align to. All right. I will see you guys in a little bit. 15 minutes before market open, and I'll do price prediction then. See you guys in a bit.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, I'm back, Mass. It's good to see you here. I'm trying to look to see what I'm going to do for a price prediction for the day today. I do see us on a multi-day descending wedge over the last, I guess it kind of stems from basically the closing of, it starts from the closing of Friday and the opening of what did I say, Friday? Sorry. The closing of Wednesday and the opening bottom on Thursday. No, that's not right. Tuesday. Closing price of Tuesday and the opening of Wednesday. Thursday's secondary top touching point was the opening on Thursday. And we are about ready to touch down on the bottom side of the where the trend line is. And I might as well just show you guys this instead of just describing it. Casey, it's the internet. You can show them. There you go. So this is Tuesday right here with the top point touching on Thursday's yesterday's opening touch point here. We've almost got a third touch point going down. I've got two touch points down here on the bottom side that I'm using for the bottom side of this this trend line. It could be. I mean, I like what I'm seeing here as far as like what I've drawn out. A sharp drop in market price right off the get-go is almost assured. I don't expect it to drop much further than perhaps this 853 combined price between the two. I really can't even see it getting that far. I mean, but if it were to drop out of this, I can't imagine it dropping below that value. But it does appear that we have a breakout looming, probably somewhere in this range, which is around like 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It could break out before. This is kind of a suggested point. And normally, with falling volume, and because this is my yeah, this is my volume VMA that I've got set up here. Actually, it's just an MA. It's falling volume, falling price should be bullish. This should break out going north. Let me just check the regression on this real quick. It's kind of pointing a little bit more towards the top. So this is kind of one of those wedges where it's very difficult to say because it's got conflicting data. But we do have falling price and falling volume that is bullish. I'm kind of expecting to see a break out of this back up north a little bit, and I guess what I'm really expecting for the day is to kind of drop a little bit below, and then see the day finish coming back up, pretty darn close to probably where we started from. I think that'll be probably the likely movement. We are at a combined price right now at $9.31. So based off of that, I'm gonna go ahead and probably leave my numbers where they were at from yesterday at 875 to 1175 on my price prediction for the day. Let me just verify one more thing real quick here. 5. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Maybe I should do 850 just in case. I'm gonna go 850 just in case. 850 to 1150. That's right. I forgot today's a tiebreaker. So whoever gets the closest average value is the one who's going to win. I forgot about that. I need to pick a price that's going to be average. So if I think we're going to close at the combined price of where we're opening at, then I should probably pick a number much lower. I completely forgot about the fact that it's a tiebreaker day. So let's just figure on like a 9:30 close for the day, and I'll go buck and a half lower. So we'll say 780. Oh, that's really close to Monty's numbers. I think Monty's right on the numbers. I think he's targeting as well. I'm gonna go seven. I'm gonna go $8. I'm just gonna go eight to 11. I'm gonna hope for a little bit of extra push towards the end of the day today. 8 to 11 bucks is gonna be my price prediction. Keto's got 713 to 1013. Got you down, Keto. Harry Parrott, as far as the pinhole leak goes, it doesn't matter who it's coming from. That's the point, right? We can't control what people are doing in regards to buying and selling, and so it doesn't matter who it's coming from. It's still a pinhole leak. It could be coming from all of the above. All of the above. It could be coming from hedgies. It could be coming from uh, long institutions. It could be coming from retail. You have no idea where the pinhole leak's coming from, but guaranteed, you can see on a daily basis that there's always selling pressure coming from all levels. So the answer to your question is everybody, absolutely everybody, banks, you name it. Everybody is going to be is got a pinhole leak in there. So if you're going to tell everybody to stop buying, then you need to tell everybody to stop selling too. And you can't do that. There's no way you can get everybody on the same page as to we're just going to do absolutely zero nothing. There's just no way to do that. So now when you convince a portion of the population that we should just stop buying, then you've just basically reduced a fraction of your buying pressure, which makes it much, much easier to drop price. I mean, this has already come out of Lou's mouth before. Lou's already tried to propose this same exact idea before. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. It's unfortunately it's somebody who's that is the sign of somebody who's trying to take control of the market and dictate what the market's going to do. And you cannot do that. There's absolutely zero way for you to be able to dictate what the market's going to do. And the idea that you could actually manipulate a market in a way to where the whole market in a way that it's going to benefit you is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You can't do it. Brian says, but Lou's a stupid idiot. That's right. I didn't say it. No, I probably would have though. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's a narcissistic idea, right? It's a very narcissistic idea that you're going to say, let's tell everybody to do one thing. Oh yeah, Javi the Great, the jobs are out. Job has increased, so the unemployment decreased, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Javi, but I didn't see the actual percentages. I want to say it was down by like 2 or 3%. It went from like something with it ended in an 8 and a number that ended in a 5. Was it 38 down to 35 or something? I forget what the numbers were. But yeah, it's a very narcissistic point of view to believe that you can tell the whole market, let's do something specifically so that we can impact the market in a way that's going to benefit us. It's very narcissistic. No, I've not solved the CHX mystery yet, Lucas. I have had a couple good Reddit posts recently that said that we need a little bit more data to compile together, and so somebody just gave a suggestion without actually doing the work. So apparently, I got some more work to do because nobody else is willing to do it. So I've got to compile some more data, kind of put everything together off of that suggestion, and see what I come up with. Ed, we got a good job reporting. So it should, if that's the case, we'll see the SPY bump. There we go. 3.7 to 3.5. For some reason, I was thinking it was 3.8. I said 38 to 35. You're right. It was. I think you're right. 3.7 to 3.5. Thank you, Archer. Appreciate that. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna sign off here for the market open, and I will see you guys on the other side of market open. Mass, it's good to see you, man.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Roll for that.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hey, it's started.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Yeah, that's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. All right, so since we're kind of talking about it already here, so here's the deal, Mass. So that CHX exchange, and I'm talking to everybody here, not just Mass, but I'm trying to get as many eyes on this as possible. Here's the deal. We're seeing very large quantities of volume starting to just suddenly appear trading through that CHX exchange, that Chicago exchange. So the question becomes, and you know, you can read from the little blurb, you know, if you just do like a quick wiki leak on what the CHX is, it's Chicago Stock Exchange. But it says that the exchange is national. It's a national securities exchange, self-regulatory organization which operates under the oversight of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC. Intercontinental Exchange (ICE) acquired CHX in July of 2018, and the exchange rebranded as NYSE Chicago in February of 2019. So the question becomes, is this some kind of, you know, since the SEC is in charge of this, the oversight is seen by the SEC of this exchange, is this some kind of international exchange, traded settlement exchange? Because there is not a whole lot of volume that is traded through it. I mean, it is a very, very low volume exchange. So it kind of leaves me at least thinking, why in the world is there sudden spikes in volume going through this exchange unless there's a specific need for some of these shares to go through there for some reason or another? This is the problem that we need to figure out. We need to figure out why this exchange is suddenly being used, who's in charge of it, who's pushing the shares through there, and is it quote unquote settlement exchange, especially for international transactions. If it is the large amount of volume that we saw push through there yesterday and actually 2 other times this week, but didn't actually even flag for me until yesterday, is it possibly due to the fact that Credit Suisse is having issues? Now, I would think if Credit Suisse was involved in some of the reason why we're seeing some of this high volume, that it would be across the board and not just AMC and Ape. However, in this particular situation, it is not. I went through a couple different stocks yesterday, looked at them, and I don't see any correlation to like a market-wide movement of CHX volume. It's just AMC and Ape. So why just AMC and Ape? And I think there's something here that we need to figure out. And I don't know exactly what it is, but I think trying to figure out why we're seeing these spikes in volume going through that Chicago NYSE Chicago is very, very important. So I don't know. I just want to try and get as many eyes on this as possible, and anybody who can maybe potentially see this, getting this information, and perhaps maybe knowing what may be happening there. Trying to read through. Joe says Chicago crime. Crystal says Chicago, where Siddle was. I know, right? Well, everything can be linked back to Chicago probably in some way or another. The Mass says, "Oh man, Casey definitely just put a 2-hour delay on this upload." No, Mass, I want you to finish the upload first. I find it's for me with ADD, you got to finish what it is you're working on. So finish that upload, Mass. This can wait. This can get your upload out there. But I'm telling you right now that this is something I think as a community we need to start researching and looking into it and trying to understand why this volume suddenly starts spiking out of nowhere and doesn't mean something, and can we identify what's happening when it happens, because I think there's something there. It's not anymore Harry Parrot. CHX was attempting to be ran by a very corrupt Chinese organization that tried to purchase it a while back, but the SEC blocked it, I think. But we got about 20 minutes here before we start taking a look at things. I do pinned to the top, guys. I have my Reddit post posted up there for you guys in case you need to see the images that I posted. There's a bunch of data in there, and you can really kind of skim past that and just go straight to the pictures. I put the data in there because I think it's important for people to see the data, not just for me to just say, like, trust me, bro, here's the lines. So, unfortunately, probably people spend a lot of time looking at the data, but I did make it easy and put all the dates and kind of compiled it into a trading view chart so you could see where the dates of spiked volume for CHX kind of fall in relation to price. One of the better comments that I got on Reddit so far. Let me refresh this real quick here. There was actually a really good comment that was posted. It doesn't seem like anybody's going to want to do this work here, but I'm going to. Somebody's going to have to do this work. So, and I have a feeling nobody else is going to do it. I'm going to have to do it here. So, but let me pull up this one really good one. I think this might be it. Hold on a second. Yeah. I can't. So this is from Ryman BC says I can't. Oh, it's ramen. I think it's supposed to be ramen, maybe BC. I don't know. He says I can't say it strikes me as incredibly obvious, but it looks like over half of these dates are within a plus or minus 2-week window surrounding quad witching dates. I think it's so funny they said 2 weeks. He probably didn't even know who I am. A few others looks like they could be C plus 35 dates, which a lot of people here refer to as T35, which I believe is incorrect. The only real way to figure it all out would be to show it overlaid with volume, failure to deliver, C plus 35 dates, and anything else we suspect might be statistically significant, and see what all coincides. I've done volume overlay. I have not done failure to delivers and see. Well, we kind of looked at failure to delivers a little bit, but and yesterday I was trying to stack those on top, but I was finding that it was very difficult for me to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on that this weekend. That's going to be my little project for this weekend that I'm going to put together. I'm going to do that overlay, and then I will repost that out for everybody to see, regardless of if it shows information or it doesn't show anything helpful at all. So at least people can get an update on it. But I do think this is a project that I want to work on this weekend, as I do believe that there's something to this. I don't think that exchange just randomly pops up with volume out of nowhere for just no good reason whatsoever. I mean I'm looking at this data and I'm going like there's definitely something going on here. When that CHX blows up, it tends to blow up pretty good. Let's see here. I'm trying to run the off exchange data right now, but it's not updating. I think we have to wait until 9 before it does start updating, which is usually why I start the updates at 9 o'clock here. I was just kind of curious if it was still spiking again today. Casey Broken Mug says, "Good morning, Casey. Good morning, fam. Hope everyone who was affected by the hurricane is safe. Have a great weekend. All be thankful for the blessings we have." Thank you, Casey's Broken Mug. I appreciate that kind comment. Yes, to all those out there who are in Florida, I hope everything is still going okay for you guys. Removed that CHX post. What does that mean? What does that mean, Harry Parrott? Casey, going to do some shoveling, see what I can find out. When did you get that post? No. I created that post, Massalorian. Yesterday, I observed the volume, and then that's my account on that you're seeing right there. So I created that. And I created it last night because those posts started or not those posts, but the volume started increasing yesterday, and I had never seen CHX. I mean, the volume was so heavy. Master you know I do this like Monday through Friday, 9 hours a day, right? Uh, and part of the reason why I do numbers on the hour every hour is because I want to see changes. I want to see when there's abnormalities anytime the system is giving us numbers that are abnormal. For the very first time yesterday, Master I've never in the year plus days that I've been doing this, I've never seen that CHX rise to the point to where it was above, uh, like the only thing that was higher than it was off exchange volume. It was the second highest volume recipient percentage wise. And I'd never ever seen it. Now, of course, as the day went on, the volume, it was a very quick spike that hit it. As the day went on, it dropped down lower and lower on the list. But you can see compared to the 20-day average, the volume was exceedingly high. In fact, compared the normal 20-day average is like 1/4%, right? That's the 20-day average on AMC. The day ended at 2.83% total volume going through that exchange, which is way abnormal. And then on Ape, the crazy part about Ape is Ape doesn't even have like Ape's a brand new stock. Like it's not even like it's just like there's brand spanking new. Its average 30-day, the 30-day rate is 0.21, which is nearly identical to the 30-day average for AMC, and yet the final closing volume on CHX was 4.06%. You don't just have a sudden spike in volume through an exchange that doesn't trade on a brand new stock unless something is going on. There's got to be something happening. But the question is who, why, when, where, all those typical questions. Got to figure those kind of things out, like why is it suddenly being utilized? What is the correlation? What does it correlate to, or what does it mean? Next synthetic price failure for AMC. Let me check it. 532 is what I got. Unless we've hit a new low here, 687. Hold on a second. Let me just see if 687 is a new low. Oh yeah, it is. No. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second, Doug. I gotta reset this. Hold on 1 second. Make sure I'm at the right numbers here. I've got 532, but let me just make sure. 813 should have been the last high. So yeah, $5.32 would be the next synthetic price failure. That would be 19.5% down. which is where I start counting it. And then $5.28 would be 20%, and $5.18 or 19 cents, because you could round it up, would be the 21.5% failure point. Let's see here. BioLife says crude oil's past $90 a barrel. Let me just check something real quick here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Yep, crude oil up. Well, it's up right now. Actually, I'm not looking at crude oil. I'm just looking at oil in general. It's up 0.32. Market's down like nearly 2% as of right now. VIX is up 0.52. Mass says I'm going to need to trade in this wrench for a spaded shovel, I think. All right. If you want to trade it in, I guess. I like to know who's real and who's not real. I had too many people coming on and pretending to be other people, and so I always wanted to know. I know you're just joking, but I do like to know who's the real person. That way I could say something like, can the real Mass please stand up? Captain says, I've been looking into this pillar system CHX has been using, and there's some interesting stuff on it, but I'll have more details after the weekend. Sounds good, Captain Awesome. What did Joe Dirt say? I'm sad. Joe Dirt, I just noticed that somebody had said, are you okay, man? Are you okay? Yeah, are you okay? What's going on? Crystal says, I just always remember when I was watching the stock market on TV and the market was tanking and GME ran up. So, yeah, I mean, it will. I have a feeling that that'll be very much the case. Good morning, Savvy. Real quick here, I'm going to pull up. I just want to make sure, see, because oftentimes I don't think I read this yesterday, but I don't know if you guys, so I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this or not. We do have 9 hours ago, we have a new message from Adam Aaron, which I haven't seen this one yet. I'm gonna throw this on the screen real quick. I'm waiting for Joe Dirt to write something in here, but I haven't seen him say anything yet. So first one is just to let you guys know, in Atlanta, join me in Atlanta Friday, October the 14th, so a week from today, at 7 p.m. at the AMC Phipps Plaza 14 for my 9th movie screening across the U.S. We'll watch Till, a profoundly emotional true story about a heroic and brave mother who demanded justice for her son Emmett till he was lynched in 1955. A powerful film. Then he posted something that was actually October 5th. He posted that. It was 2 days ago. And then he posted this 9 hours ago. He says, I've been working for 4 years to be able to say this. Today we announced our first ever showing of a Netflix movie at AMC in the US and Odeon in Europe, the Knives Out sequel. Oh, that was a good movie. I really liked Knives Out. Stars Daniel Craig. Success here could lead to more Netflix movies at AMC. Knives Out was a great movie. I don't want to give it away, but it was. I really, truly, honestly enjoyed that movie. There was so many. I mean, there was a lot of twists in there, and I feel like I could say stuff that would give away too much. So I can't really say anything. But if you want a murder mystery, it is a good murder mystery. It reminds me of like Clue, but more fun. I don't know about you guys. I hate the game Clue. I hate it with a passion. I really, truly, honestly hate that game more than any other. I can't even really honestly think of another game. Like if people said like, would you rather play Scrabble or Clue? I would go for Scrabble. And I hate Scrabble too. But Clue is one of those ones that I just could never understand that game. Like I don't know what it is about it, but I just can't seem to ever understand how to play correctly. I've never had a problem with games before, and that for some reason that game just eludes the crap out of me. I feel like I need to sit down and like watch like a YouTube video on it. Francis says, could it be anything to do with the allocation of Ape to Citibank? Um, I was considering that, Francis, as a possibility. Like they may be using that exchange to sell the shares, but the thing is I don't think that they've sold any shares yet. So I don't think that's the case. I do want to note, though, if you take a look at that post, one of the interesting things that I think that you'll find in the post is, I got to go back to it here. If you look at the amount of volume that was traded through both AMC and Ape, there was a very unusual amount of volume, very, very similar volume amounts. On AMC, it was 545,507 shares. On Ape, it was 582,200 shares. So even though you have two different stocks that traded, a different amount of volume, because yesterday we had 19.2 million volume on AMC, and then we had 14.2 million on Ape. The amount of shares in volume that occurred on those two exchanges for those two tickers was unproportional, I think. It seems to me like those were unproportional. I'd have to go back and actually let's go back and look at it. Let's see if they were proportional or not. What was yesterday? 10.6? 10.6. Percent wise, it was 2.83 for AMC. For Ape, it was 4.06. Yeah, so percentage wise, the numbers didn't match, but for some reason the volume tended to match or was very, very close. So I'm not sure exactly why, but that was something that I did note yesterday when I was looking at the data. Did Joe Dirt respond yet? I didn't have a chance to see him. Let's scroll back up here. Rem Taco, how's it going, man? I'm scrolling back up and I see your message. Good to see you. If I miss you guys' message, I apologize. It's not that I'm trying to. It's just I'm looking at things and not. Sometimes I have to skip over some of the stuff that's said because I just, it goes by too quickly. Yeah, thanks for those words, Mass. And I appreciate you also saying something too, Mass. That was very awesome of you to do. BioLife says Federal Reserve speaking on consumer credit today at 3 p.m. Manipulation of market will be strong to catch both sides of options and collect premiums from retail market makers stealing your tendies. Yeah, pretty much, essentially. Oh, okay. Arthur says Casey Joder. It's hard for me to find all that. I'm glad you guys are watching. Thank you guys for looking out for one another. Um, I agree with what Mass said, Joe. It is tough. It can be tough. I'm trying to think back to. I mean, I've been through this. This is like the third time now that I've been through a market, what I feel like is like a market recession, and it's really kind of the fourth time, but I'm just gonna say three. And it is tough. It is very, very tough. I remember the very first time was it felt like everything that I had worked for was just flushed down the tubes. But my comprehension of what it meant to buy and hold was not the same thing as what it is now. I understand now that markets recover and that if you just simply wait it out, those markets, when they do recover, end up netting you profits. But you got to remember that it's all about where you invest your money going forward, not necessarily changing the things that you've already taken losses on from the past. And so if I could go, I always say this: if I could go back in time and talk to young Casey, I'd go back there and I'd say like, dude, young Casey, you totally need to like remember this market will correct itself, and there's nothing you can do right now about what you've already done. You got to leave that there, but what you invest going forward makes a difference, right? And so those were kind of one of the things that it was difficult for me to learn the very first time, and back in early 2000. Well, I guess it was a little after 2000. There are other exchanges, Harry Parrott, and that chartexchange.com shows them. But that's the first one that I've ever seen that's done anything like what we saw yesterday. I've never had any other ones that have jumped out to me like that before. Yes, it is out, Mass. It went from 3.7 to 3.5, so job uh, unemployment decreased. Hey Jack, man, that's like your second time, dude. One more time, I'm just gonna have to remove you. In the grand scheme of things, what is worth more, AMC or Ape? Exclude price of the stock. What do they represent if they were chess pieces? I mean, fundamentally, I think that preferred stocks have more rights and are owed money first, so you kind of have to look at that as like the potential king. But AMC is like the queen and has a lot of moving ability, and is very, very powerful because of her mobility. So I think I think that's how I would put it. But I don't know. That's how I would put it. In regard, well, Jack Wolf, mentioning other stocks, we don't do that here. Not unless it has something very specific to do with AMC, and I just don't. That's just a pump and dump, man. So is lower unemployment bad for stock price? Shouldn't be. January 6th is going to be remembered as a picnic when the walls really come tumbling down. These politicians, plain and simple, have become warmongering, lying thieves. Wow, Mass. Is this going to be part of your next video? Because I'm going to have to watch. Dang. Sounds like you're dropping the hammer. Lucas says, I honestly think we've almost bottomed. I'm 99% convinced price will run massively in the next 2 months. It's just a waiting game. If you want fast money, this is not the play. It isn't. It isn't really. This has never been about a fast thing. I kenned up. Thanks for the compliment. But I would rather us figure out what's going on with that, with that exchange, that CHX exchange, because uh, compliments are cool, but I want to know what's happening. That's what's more important to me. All right, guys, I'm going to log into my brokerage account. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. Just remember that it helps keep people out of your account that shouldn't be there. If you're going to set that up, make sure that you have a secondary phone number that you can send the code to in case something happens to your primary phone number. Try it out, see if you like it. If you don't like it, you can always get rid of it. It's not going to hurt one way or the other. But it is time to take a look at the numbers. So you're not going to see the big tramp here for a little bit. When you do see the big tramp, I'll be able to see what it is you guys are reading. But until then, hold your specific comments or things that you want me to see and have read, because I will not be able to see it until the big tramp's back up there. Let me move a couple of screens around here and we will take a look at the numbers, see where we're heading to here. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. I think I got everything moved over. Starting on the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. For the day today, this is a tiebreaker day. I've got 8 to 11 for price prediction. Eric has 850 to 1150. Keto has 713 to 1013. And Monty has 776 to 1076. Based on those numbers, I don't see any way that Monty can win because let me see if where the spread is. 10-13. Yeah, there's no way that Monty can win today because the only way he can win is if we all miss and he gets the price prediction tally point and then the bonus. So that's the only way Monty could win, and so it's going to be a tiebreaker between myself, Eric, and Keto with those price predictions. We've got everything covered from a combined price of AMC and Ape down from $7.13 to $11.50. So we'll see what ends up happening before the end of the day. But let's take a look at the rest of the numbers, starting with True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. Short exempt volume was up on AMC to, I think it was actually up on both AMC and Ape, up to 393.4 thousand shares day over day. Or not day over day, but that's how much it was yesterday. Ape was at 162.2. Utilization at 100% utilization for AMC. This is day number 168 straight trading day of 100% utilization. Ape was up to 72.73%. Day-over-day price increase was actually decreases on both AMC and Ape at 2.86 for AMC and 8.57 for Ape. Max pain for the day-to-day, guys, is $7.50. I want you to remember that as this day continues on. That is for just AMC alone, that max pain. So I would expect to see something something close to a $7.50 close. Maybe it could be 7 or slightly higher, somewhere between 8. 7 and 8, I would imagine, is somewhere going to be the range. Taking a look at off exchange, by this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 44% in the off exchange and about 10 to 11% through the EDGX if it were a normal day. Let's take a look and see what it is currently. We got 51%. Sorry, I'm laughing for another reason. 51.47% going through the off exchange. EDGX is really high at 14.45. For a grand total, 65.92% of our total volume going through those two exchanges this early in the morning is a lot of volume. Notice CHX. I don't know if you guys can see it on your screen down there. Let me just check and see. Yeah, guess what? that exchange you can't see on the screen because I don't have it up there. I can tell you right now what the volume is though. Zero. There is zero volume moving through CHX today. Zilch. Zero. Not a single bit of volume. Looking at Ape. Same numbers as what I would expect. We're about 10% higher right now on off exchange, 54.12 and EDGX at 11.65. Our total volume moving through those two exchanges is 65.77% of our volume. Very high numbers on that one as well. CHX actually does have some volume for this one. You can't see it on the page here, but it's 800 shares so far moved through CHX for the day today. Very low volume. But it does have some volume moving through there. I'm actually going to look at GME's numbers just for a second because I'm kind of curious. I just want to see what. Okay, CHX is showing 0.2. That's kind of average. Okay, I just wanted to check it just to see. Taking a look at institutional ownership, we haven't seen any change for the last few days at 153.992. However, I just refreshed it just now and it's showing 153.994. So 2,000 shares picked up by somebody out there and reported. An institution. Let me change my numbers. It's a small amount, but I count it. Taking a look at, let's go straight to options, and we'll cover Ortex data here in just a minute when I can show it up on the page. Highest amount of volume so far this morning for call options is very high at a $7.50 strike price. There is currently, so just to give you an idea, yesterday the total amount of volume that we had in options for the whole day at $7.50 strike price was 24.3 thousand contracts. So far this morning, we have 11.6 thousand contracts already at 7.5. Very high volume showing up right now on that number. Taking a look at the puts, we have $7 at a $7 strike. We have currently 2.4 thousand contracts. That's exactly where we were at for strike price for the puts yesterday. And that's very normal volume, but extremely large amounts of volume on our max pain, right at $7.50. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we currently have $8.93 as the combined price. Does look like we had that initial drop down out of the wedge, and I told you guys I thought it might be a very momentary drop out of the wedge, and then perhaps maybe breaking back up into the wedge and finishing out the day very close to where we started. We'll see if that forms and makes its pattern. It could give us a very nice looking cup handle, a cup and maybe potential handle showing up. But as of right now, the combined price is $8.96. I also mentioned I didn't think we would see price go below 853 combined. AMC and Ape. Currently for this morning on AMC, there is a borrowing of 884,000 shares. It's actually really close to what we had for an ending number for yesterday. Total amount of, that's going to actually raise the short share interest of the free float to 19.28%. Cost to borrow average is at 25.46, which is a little bit lower than what we ended the day at yesterday. Shares on loan for the day today is at 186.12 million shares. Day over day, that's a 1.3 million increase. That means that there's about 463,000 shares in new short interest that was created yesterday alone. So somebody knew price was probably going to be going down in the beginning portion of the market today, and they're probably going to try and make some money off of that push. That's what it looks like. Taking a closer look at some of the data here on utilization, there's your trading days of utilization being 100%. Zooming in a little bit, here's your on loan amount increasing day over day. Here's your estimated short share interest, the free float slightly increasing, but hard to see because it's very slight. On loan average age per day when you take on new loans should dip, but because it was only 1.3 million loans and there's so many out there, it's not dipping, it's still rising. So 1.3 million new, brand new 0 days on loan numbers didn't reduce it. It actually kept it at a very even pace heading upwards. This is that one indicator I always mention to you guys that when we see this dip, that is one of those big indicators that tells us a price increase is very shortly coming. Security lending volume day over day was an increase from 5.16 million to 5.59. On AMC, so far for the day today, we've seen 221,000 shares having been returned. That's going to have the effect of lowering our short share interest of the cost of our averages is not being reported right now. Interesting. Let me refresh this real quick here. This return of shares right here is going to decrease our estimated short share interest of the free float, which is currently being reported at 7.69%. Let me refresh this page real quick here because I just want to see if cost of borrow is going to report or not. Oftentimes when it shows up as NA, that means that there has been no borrowing. But as you can clearly see, oh, that actually is true. Okay, ignore what I was going to say because that is true. There are no borrowed shares as of this point. There's only been returned shares, and there has been no borrowing whatsoever on Ape so far for this morning. That is unusual. We don't see that happen very often. Actually, ever. I can't recall the last time I've ever not seen any borrowing in the first 45 minutes of trading. Very unusual. Only returned shares. Shares on loan is at 27.7 million shares. That day over day, that's an increase by 2 million shares. Utilization went up because of that to 72.73. There's your utilization driving up. There's your on loan amount increasing. Here's your exchange reported short interest of the free float increasing. On loan average age per day should be dropping because there's not that many shares on loan and they borrowed 2 million shares. There it is dropping. And your security lending volume day over day decreased by half. It went from 9.14 million shares down to 4.77. So again, on loan average age per day, when it starts dropping, when it finds a bottom, you're usually within a very short period of time, about 2 weeks, no pun intended. It is about 2 weeks out, 15 days. And it's not trading days, it's just a straight 15 days. Within 15 days, you should see a dramatic increase in price. And as of this point right now, we're still dropping on this on loan average age per day. So can't start that timer just yet. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm just looking for Ape, AMC, and GME. Let's see what we got here. All three of them not on the list. That just means that there's low orders. Futures in the market, just because I'm kind of curious what they're looking like. It looks like we're looking anywhere from 1.7% to 2.7% down on the futures right now in the market. The VIX is showing up 3.38%. It is looking rough, guys. It is looking super, super rough on the futures here. Hold on, strap in. NASDAQ is down 2.51. Dow Jones is down 1.48. The S&P 500 is down 1.92. We currently have a crappy looking market. Watch out. That floor is hot lava. Don't step in. It'll burn your feet off with 5,183 decliners to 1,487 advancers. The VIX is up 4.03%, nearing 31.75. VTI is down 1.99. IWD down 1.56. Tesla's down 3.05. Amazon is down 3.29. Cinemark is down 0.7. Doge is down 1.69. Bitcoin's down 1.53. GME is down 2.5. HYMC is down 2.65. Hood is down 1.66. NCMI is down 3.31. Ape is down 2.9. And Ape is down 2.9 and AMC is down 4.4. Inflow versus outflow. On AMC, we have roughly 500,000 more shares in outflow than inflow, with 5.3 million shares traded after. Let's see, what are we at here? 48 minutes. 48 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 43.2 million shares traded by the end of the day. Of course, you know volume will decrease as the day goes on. I suggested in pre-market very, very low volume. I was guessing somewhere between 10 to 30 million. This is actually higher than I would have expected, but this is gonna come down. Right now, it's all about controlling volume, and you can see the volatility bands are showing that they're trying to reduce volume in the market right now. Reduce the amount of volatility that's occurring. That helps to reduce volume. On the hourly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.58, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.13, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 19.72, signaling heavily oversold. On it, let's see here. There's news. I want you to bet against me. Jim Cramer calls out new inverse ETF with his 42 years of success. All right, Jim. Good luck. Ape. Why that's connected to AMC, I have no idea. I'm sure he's saying, "Oh, it's these Ape guys. These guys suck. They're a bunch of criminals," and he's probably calling us all kinds of curse words. Who knows? Who cares? So far this morning, very, very low volume on Ape. We have about $100,000 more in outflow than inflow for this morning. Volume at 2.13 million shares traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here after 50 minutes of trading. Putting us a pace for 16.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.99, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.54, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.32, which is below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud for a 1-hour time frame. I do. Dang it. All right. Let's see here. So we have lagging line below price line below conversion and base, conversion below base, price below cloud. The larger the spread, so you guys kind of understand this, the larger the spread between the cloud and the price, the easier it is for price to get to a certain point below the cloud and find buying pressure. So when price is really close like this, it's very difficult to get buying pressure because there's not a strong signal that's going to push through the cloud. But if you get a lot of buying pressure on the bottom side of the cloud, it makes it much, much easier to rip up through the cloud and just completely ignore it altogether, and you get this massive buying run. As of right now, though, it's showing up as it's showing up quite a bit underneath the cloud. To get above that, though, we're still going to have to drop down some more to get to that point to where we create a gap in here that's big enough. Taking a look at the 4-hour, the numbers that I gave for this morning is $2.60. That's what we need to hit for Ape in order to see that big buying pressure coming in today. The secondary number is at $3.10, and that's going to be seen on that 4-hour window. There is that gap now. There is that gap in between the price on the 4-hour window, but you do have the lagging line below the price line. You have conversion below base, but there is a gap now between the bottom side of about 10 or 15 cents between the bottom of the cloud and where you could see some buying pressure coming in. Not a big gap, not yet. Taking a look at AMC on a 1-hour. On a 1-hour chart, you have lagging line below price line. You have price below the cloud. You have conversion below base. Again, price likes to break up through red clouds, not green clouds. So I'm not really suggesting that we'll see a move going up through today, but I think we have some more possible movement coming into next week going upwards. The price target point that I'm looking for outside support, buying support into the market would be around $7.50. Currently, we're at $6.82. Taking a look at, let's see here, the 4-hour. On the 4-hour, we have more We have a lagging line that's below price line. We have price below the cloud, conversions below base. The thinning portion of the cloud's coming into next week. The whole market is just getting absolutely trashed right now, guys. Absolutely trashed. So don't look at this and be like, why are we moving down? Look at it and say, why is the entire market moving down? It's because the market's failing. That's why. It's broken. That's the answer. Let's see what we got here. I can see what it is you guys are writing now. Antics says you're one of the best. Nah, man. There's so many good ones out there. There really is. Thank you, Antics. But there is a lot of good people out there, man. There really is. And a lot of them are here. Believe it or not, a lot of them are here listening. And we've got a good group of people that are out there. You just got to find them. They're hard to find. Tony, Mass, Steven, Boss, Bigums, uh, Trading with Emotions, TWE. There's some good ones, man. There really is some good ones. Mo says, "Who wants to play kick the can?" I know who does. Delayed Noise says, "Well, I've blown up my account again. I'm gonna go play with strangers." Okay. I don't Delayed Noise. I don't know what. Okay. I hope that's not really true. What the heck? Don't even talk like that, please. Please don't do that. Arthur Martin says, Mass is. Oh, come on now. I love his videos, Arthur. I think some of his videos are absolutely great. I think he does some great DD. We don't have to agree, man. I don't want to fight about it, but I think he's got some good information out there. The stupid Fed just needs to give up the ghost already. Don't say good ones, say great. Great ones. There are some great ones. You're right. You're not wrong, Novocaine. Food Dog says he attracts a great group of people as well and some hilarious paid bashers. I think it's really, I don't know if you're talking about me, Food Dog, or not, but I think it's really interesting how, well, Pantheon is good, Buzzman, but he's not doing videos anymore, which unfortunately kind of sucks. But he's got things he's working on, and you do realize that people have to continue on with life, and he's got opportunities that he's taking that are great opportunities, and you can't expect anybody to give up on life opportunities ever. So, but he's still here and part of the community, and that's the great thing. Buzzing is that we didn't lose him. Like he's still legit here, and it's amazing to have him still here. I think it's great. I'm glad that he's still part of the community. The fact that he would just like disappear because he's got an opportunity and never see him again would really have sucked. That would have really, really sucked. But yeah, he's still here though. I love you too, Arthur. Full FOMO. I think that's the great thing about this community is that we can agree to disagree and still continue to move forward. That's the good thing. And I think that this community has amazing people in it, absolutely amazing people. Food Dog said that a minute ago. You're not wrong, Food Dog. There are some really, really smart people in this community. All of you guys are amazing. You blow my mind away. I've been on other, I don't want to say who, but I've been on other uh, chats for other YouTubers, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm going to kindergarten class. Sorry, I gotta. That's gonna make me tear up a little bit. From it does. It makes me feel like I'm walking into like kindergarten class, and it just it makes me sad because I feel like there's like so many people out there um, that are just missing out from the quality of minds that are here, and I think I like that. I mean, I do. I really, truly, honestly like that. But they're the kind of ones where when you go to those rooms and you try to say something and it's just like you don't an intelligent voice is just lost in the sea of insanity. And I don't know. It's kind of you guys are great. Yeah, I miss him too, Arthur. I miss him too. He knows it, but the one thing is that we need to be encouraging him to make sure that he's doing what is best for his life. as much as I as much as I would like to like give him bad advice and be like, dude, you need to do your Pantheon radio, because that's where it's at. As much as I would love to give him that advice, and just be like, dude, screw all that other junk. You don't need that. You just need Pantheon radio. I can't do it though. He's got to do him. Every single one of us has to. Headstock Harem, you're welcome, man. They steal all the crayons. No, right? That's what I'm saying, man. I feel like they're stealing all the crayons and I don't get anything to eat. I starve. I starve over there in those. You're not wrong, DD. That's that's what it is. There's no crayons left for me to eat, and so I end up feeling like I'm smart. Remtac, I'm so glad that I scrolled up earlier and saw your comment because I'd missed it earlier. I hope you're doing well, man. Harry Parrott says, I'm going to read Harry Parrott. I'm going to specifically read the part here. The only thing that would make this live cast any more interesting would be the movie, TV, wrestling talk like Pantheon. You're not wrong. Like, we should talk more about movies, especially since this is all about AMC. Anytime you want to bring up those subject matters, Harry Parrott, and you want to talk about those things, bring it up. You know I love a good squirrel. It's not hard to get my focus distracted to someplace else. Arthur, I had a really good boss one time. I told him, I said, I got a job offer at another company. And he's like, he's like, why are you telling me this? And I said, well, I don't know what to do. I said, I really want to continue to work here because I really like working for you. You're a great boss, but they're offering me a lot of money, and I just, I really enjoy working for you though. And I said, and he goes, if any boss ever holds you back from trying to be more successful in life at doing something else that's a better career and pays more money, because I told him what the job was, and it was obviously a better career. And he said, if a boss ever stops you from trying to better yourself as a human being, they are a shitty boss. And he says I would be a jerk. And he had actually taken me out to lunch because I told him I wanted to go out to lunch with him to talk to him about something. So we went out to lunch and talked about this, and great guy, really awesome dude. And that's what he said. And I couldn't. I couldn't believe it. Made me want to stay there and work for the guy longer. I was just like, but he's like, yeah, if it's a better paying job and you're gonna better yourself, go do it. And that within that week, he called me in to the CEO's office with him and the CEO, and they asked me about the situation together, which I felt a little betrayed at the fact that he had kind of told the CEO about what was going on, but and they offered me a pay raise. Like well, the CEO said, "How much are you gonna get paid at the other job?" And I told him what the offer was, and they goes, "All right, well we'll match that. Would you be willing to stay if we matched it?" And the funny part was is my boss had just given me that thing where like if somebody's going to hold you back from a job that's going to better you or is going to give you more potential, don't do it. And then here the CEO is willing to pay me more money to stay in a job that's not going to help me be better. And it was at that moment, at that very moment, that I realized if I continued to work there, I was going to be working for a CEO that didn't really care about who I was and whether or not I grew as a person. He just wanted to keep a body there. So I knew I had to go. But um, that's Arthur is very wise words that you have. Well, delayed noise. One of the things that you're going to find out about me with the ADD is that I really hate reading, and so I don't have any great market books to recommend to you. My home is on the internet, and I research everything on the internet. I find very oftentimes that a lot of my research brings me back to Investopedia like all the time. So like when I go to read something on a website, for example, like just the other day, I went to a website where it was talking about um, I think. Well, I'll just give you the link to the website because I still haven't read it. I was going to wait for this weekend to read it, but it's talking about knowing market makers, and I want to read over this. But more than likely, if there's something on that page that I don't understand, I'll go and type it into Google, and then it'll end up more than likely just taking me to Investopedia to tell me what the definition is of the terminology. So, and I hate to give that to you as an answer, delayed noise, because I'm a self-taught person, and that's probably not a very popular thing in a lot of people's eyes because they want to know that you've learned from books someplace or. But I am very much a self-taught person. I have had a little bit of help from a day trader way back in the early 2000s, who was a successful. He was very well off day trader, and that's about it. It's all self-taught and day trade. That day trading help from that individual. Arthur says, Casey, I hate reading as he reads thousands of chats a day. I hate reading books. It's something about books. I can actually read off the internet. It's the books that I hate reading. And I don't. I've tried audiobooks before Rem Taco. They don't work for me very well unless it's like I said it's got to be like voices of people that are like usually really famous and like James Earl Jones kind of voices, kind of thing, like voices that like really stick out, and I don't know. American Trader says I'm a visual learner. When YouTube came out, I swear my IQ went up. I'm kind of the same way, man. You know what else as well. On top of that is that musically, I really wish that I had kind of like lived my 20-year-old age in the 70s because I think I would have fit in like perfectly. My music would have been really great for that time era. So I wish I had lived through the 70s musically, but when it comes to computers and learning and all that kind of stuff, I wouldn't be where I'm at today if I hadn't lived through this computer age. With ADD, it makes life much easier. So in some ways, I'm happy where I'm at. And in other ways, I'd like to go back in time and live history in the past. Yo says, yes, now owned by the ICE. That's what I've got on that post, Yo. Um, TMC bonds. Now that might be something right there. Shoot. You know what? I could do that, Monty. I could do that. I hadn't thought about it. I haven't talked to him in years and years and years, but I could call him up. I could probably look him up and find him and call him if he's still alive. That was 22 years ago, and he was probably about 50 then. So if he's still alive, I'll look him. I'll tell you what, Monty. I'm gonna look him up. That's not a bad idea. I'll look him up and talk to him about what's going on. See, other things I could probably do that. Halle Berry reading books out loud, I could probably do that. Mike, I'll give it to you, man. My guess is, since he was already wealthy, Monty, back in the 2000s, it was like 2001 is when it was right during the whole reason that I got a chance and an opportunity to work with him or kind of go get taken under his wing was because of the fact that I was working at a tennis club at the time, and he was a member at the tennis club. And when you get beers into people, they start talking. So we had a lot of conversations, but um, I'll have to I'll have to see if I can reach out to him. I don't know if he's still. I doubt he's trading still, but I can reach out to him and see. Boss Blunt saw my message. Awesome. In the grand scheme of things, guys, though, we're not doing bad today. We're really not. I mean, we're not moving down like incredible amounts right now with when you consider what the rest of the market's doing. As of right now, the VIX is down 2.59%. SPY is down 1.84. No, 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 no. I was not a tennis instructor. I just simply work. Actually, what happened, other things, is that I was working for a company called Samsung, or not Samsung, Hynix. It was formerly known as, at the time, it was called Hyundai. And when 9/11 happened, they decided to take the opportunity, since the market was kind of falling a little bit, they decided to take the opportunity to retool. And I was a member at the tennis club. And when they decided to do a retooling of the company, they paid us. What did they pay us? They paid us 6 months worth of severance, and they laid off two-thirds of the entire company. No, no, no. I'm sorry. Three quarters. They laid off three-quarters of the company. The only people who were left behind was one shift out of the four shifts that were there. They laid off three-quarters of everybody else and said, we're going to retool for 2 to 3 months for a quarter, and then we're going to bring people back. And so, of course, I went on to unemployment. I had the 6 months worth of pay sitting in my account. So I thought, I should probably do something while I'm waiting for my job to come back, because I really didn't know if it was going to come back or not. And so I went to the tennis club. The owner of the tennis club came to me and said, I know you got laid off at the company you work for, because it was right down the street. Everybody in all of Eugene, Oregon knew exactly what was going on. and he said, "I'd like to offer you a job here at the tennis club, and that way you don't have to pay your tennis membership fees, and you can continue to play tennis and just work for me part time." I was like, okay. And then I think it was like a month and a half later, the company called me back up. I was one of the first people to come back to the company, and so after a month and a half, I got to actually 9/11 happened. I think 9/11 happened right while I was doing the tennis job. So the company was doing the retooling just before the 9/11 happened. If you go back in history, I think you could probably look it up in so that would have been 2001, right? Yeah, 2001. It was crazy. I was working at the tennis place watching 9/11 happen. It was really kind of weird. Um, but it was cool, man. It was nice of the owner to let me come work at the company or at the tennis club and not have to pay any dues. But a month and a half later, I was right back at it again. Ricky Bobby said, "At one point I played chess tournament with a rating of 2400. Never have I seen someone claim checkmate before it was so." That's in my experience. I've never played any tournaments before Ricky Bobby, but I have never seen somebody claim checkmate before they knew that they had it. And Food Dog's not wrong either. Usually if somebody has to tell you checkmate, then you already know that you already know that you're playing somebody that's outplayed you. Because if you can't see it to where you're going to resign at first, then you've been more than just beaten. You've been pulverized. Ice. So, yo, from what I can tell, I mean that's what I see too. That's the last thing that I saw was that Ice owns the NYSE. Yes. Sammy Boy saying AMC Netflix thoughts. It's more movies that they can show in the theater. I think it's a good thing. I mean, if people truly and honestly want to go see the movies in the movie theater versus seeing them on TV, and it's just more added revenue that the AMC can pick up on, especially through concessions. So I think it's a good thing. Gensler just said the stock market is running healthy and as it should. Wait, was that a tweet? Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. I'm gonna have to look this up. Hmm. I don't. It's not. It must not be a tweet, so I'm not sure where you saw that from. Arthur says, "I will go see Netflix movies, and buy popcorn, but won't won't sub to Netflix." A private for-profit company owns the free and fair NYSE. Cool. ICE has a ticker. Yeah. I mean, isn't that? I think that's how it. Isn't that? Well, hold on a second here. Well, I guess that's no. That's kind of how it is in a lot of cases, I think. Sam says it's a waste of production to send huge budget movies to streaming. What's the point of the clearest images and best sound if you don't have a home theater that's worth a ton? It's a good move for all. I mean, it's no skin off of Netflix back, right? I mean, the reason I say that is because they don't have anything. They don't stand to make anything off of multiple people watching it. Um, they stand to make nothing from multiple people watching in a household. They can't control that, right? Like you can invite as many people over you want to come over and see a movie, and they make nothing off of those extra additional people that come over to see it, and you're just paying a monthly subscription. By at least moving releasing the movie into the movie theaters, they may make some kind of profits off of the individual sales of seats going to watch that movie. I don't know if they do or they don't, but I'm just saying they could stand to make a lot more money off of those off of a move like that. Food dog. I don't want to know. Thanks for the comment, Lucas, but that's just a nice compliment. I appreciate it. That's nobody really wants to see that. Novocaine says, I think that Netflix has determined with the reduction in subscriptions that they will not lose more opportunity for monthly streamers. So may as well get the money by using the movie theater at some point in time when the subscribers were climbing dramatically. It may not have made as much sense or much financial sense. Yeah, I agree, man. I totally agree. Harry Pear says, what if AMC, Pixar, and Netflix came together? I mean, I think if as long as AMC feels like they're the ones who are making out in the deals, then great. I'm all for it. But if AMC's having to give up something to get the business, then I think it's a bad deal. AMC should be seen as someplace where other people can uh, generate revenue from this the showing of whatever it is that they're wanting to show. So ultimately, AMC just needs to be a revenue sucker upper, a vacuum of revenue. So, the idea that anybody else would be forcing AMC to give up anything for their business or their time is in my opinion, a waste of that. AMC is going to make them money. AMC is going to make them money. They should be the ones who are paying AMC to get their movies in there. It shouldn't be the other way around. They're providing the people who are going to watch the movies. So, everybody who's putting a movie out there should be grateful to just be able to get the business. It might, Sea Hill. Sea Hill says, how about Netflix today, Hulu tomorrow? Would Amazon capitulate? I think so. Given enough time, Sea Hill, and you can almost guarantee at some point that they'll probably have to conform. When Ape came out, did they alter your average on AMC, or did they just start your Ape at a zero cost average? I'm pretty sure the cost average was, I think it might have been zero at first, and then I think it populated to a new number later. Let me see here. Let me pull it up and check it out. Hold on 1 second. Oh, son of a gun! You got me. You got me to move. Hold on 1 second here. It's gonna take me a second longer. You got me to move something I don't want to move. I forgot to just duplicate the page. All right, here we go. I, I was moving off the page I always show you guys with orders by Fidelity customers, and I hate navigating back to it because sometimes it's hard to find. But I know how to get to it. I just hate finding it because sometimes it's just difficult. Let's see here. Give me a second here. I'll go to my account. Cost basis. Yeah, no. It's got a cost basis in there now per share. I feel like originally, because you're asking me what was the cost basis before. Hold up here. What? That's really, really strange. My Ape cost basis looks like what my AMC used to be, and my AMC is now higher. It's kind of strange, and I don't think well, maybe I did purchase some. No, I didn't purchase anything after Ape. It looks to me like they transferred over the cost basis as a percentage, as they should have. But I feel like when I first saw it, when it first came out, I feel like it was saying NA or I'm pretty sure it was like NA or something like that, or it had like a zero or something. But it's different now than what it was originally, I think. Because I know a lot of people were talking about cost basis, and I ended up going over and looking at it just to uh, see what it was reporting, and I was getting like a zero number or something. I don't remember. It's been a while now. Griffin's mom, remember the golden rules, please, please, please. The golden rules are extremely important. This economy is not doing well right now, Griffin's mom. So make sure you're always taking care of you first. You, your family, everything that it is that you need to do first. Money that you don't care about losing, that's the kind of money that you're going to be investing in this kind of a market. You know, it's not financial advice. You obviously do whatever it is you want to do with your money. It's your money, but please remember that you need to be very, very careful about how you're spending. It is this economy is kind of taking a little bit of crap in here. Weekend Warrior says, "Hey Casey, warn our community about the new Amazon token called AMC 20TX. It has nothing to do with AMC." Okay, I hadn't heard about this. This is first thing I've heard about it. Weekend Warrior, thank you. We'll have to take a look into that. I'm sure that'll be. It sounds like that'll end up being a topic over this weekend. Arthur says my Ape average in an account I have not bought more is still at average per share of 0. Dana, I'm doing absolutely wonderful. How are you doing? And it's almost time for the numbers. Sammy Boy says WWE should have more shows in AMC. I think AMC's, they've at least started to try to do like football. I don't know if they're gonna. I mean, I would assume, if you're gonna move into sports showing in theaters, Sammy, I would think that the first thing is test the markets that have the most money, right? And football's got a lot of money to throw around, so I like the idea that they're testing out on football first. Let's start with football, and then as we work our way down to some of those lower markets, maybe we can hit WWE on the way. But let's actually kind of make sure that we can actually the movie theater can make money on showing the markets that are juicy. John says no one's doing wonderful today. Well, the market's not. That's right. You're not wrong there. Although the VIX is dropping, which means the market could be taking a swing the other direction, which probably is going to happen. Although the SPY is down 1.75 still. Ricky said, we asked for dividend via blockchain. Adam gave us Ape. WTF, my mom used to say, don't give your enemy something to beat you on the head with. I don't know. I'm glad that it was separated. I'm glad that we got something that was not part of AMC, blockchain or not. Dana says, John, if you believe the market crash is the catalyst, then you might be feeling pretty good. Quite frankly, what Dana said right there is why I'm not panicking. I know this market has to fail in order for us to succeed. It's kind of it's a little bit of a mandatory thing when you think about it. The money has to come from someplace. Money just doesn't grow on trees, unfortunately. I would wish it did. We all wish it did. But money has to come from somewhere. So as the market is dropping in value, somebody is collecting money somewhere. And when they collect that money, the question is whose pockets is it going into? Ultimately, right now, it's going into somebody else's pockets, obviously not ours. But when AMC starts squeezing due to collateral requirements that are needed, that money is going to start filtering into our pockets. So, in my opinion, market failure is definitely part of the recipe. Bank of America has agreed to pay 1.84 billion to settle claims regarding residential mortgage-backed securities from the 2008 financial crisis. That's going to put a strain on them. That's probably one of the biggest reasons why I hate BOA. They were one of the ones that I think screwed my parents over back in 2008. They really screwed them over good. But that's all right, though. My parents got them back. They got them back. Savvy, oh man, you made me laugh right there. A friend called to ask how my AMC was doing, and I asked her how her 401k was doing. Oh man, that's rough. Tit for tat there. The follow up to that would be is that the first person who's going to make money after this market's done tanking is going to be you, not our 401k. Casey, could the CHX be being used by small legit shorts to close in a lit exchange that executes in sub-second time frame as to not leak info out per CHX without causing a violent squeeze? I think there is some kind of settlement process that's occurring through there, as in regards to, like, one of the largest, if you go back and you actually look at some of the data that I pulled, one of the largest dates on record, actually, let me go back and pull it up, but I think it was the 27th of May, if I recall correctly. The 27th of May on 2021. Yeah, 1 million shares, 1,044,153 shares were pushed through on 527 of last year, and you guys all remember what happened 527. Everybody and their brother knew what was going to happen to AMC when that happened. And so, in regards to there being some kind of settlement, I don't necessarily know that it has to be a small institution, but the fact that there's massive amounts of shares being moved on 527 through that exchange tells me that somebody had problems and needed to resolve that. But I knew by, I think it was 525, if I remember correctly. 525 was the day that I knew that we were going to start. Right, it was either 525 or 524. Let's see here. May 25th was the day that I knew, because it was my last day of work, and I considered quitting on that night, and then decided that I was gonna. No, it was the 24th. It was the 24th that I knew. It was the 25th that I had considered telling them when I came into work it was my last night, and I reconsidered and waited until the end of the night of the 30th, meaning I left the company on the 31st of May. ABC, thank you. I appreciate it. I honestly think that a lot of you guys are really smart, and I think you guys were. I'd like to take ownership on that, but you guys are the ones picking it up. No, they can't make new positions though, BioLife, and that's the problem. If they're required to keep collateral, so the idea here, and I understand that's like the very common misconception is that hedge funds can just continue to short or market down. Well, if that were the case, then the whole market would just be crashed completely, and they would just be walking away with everybody's money. But that's not how it works. As the market starts to crash, they have to hold more and more collateral for positions that they're holding, right? So if they're holding positions and they have to continue to hold those positions, they're going to need more and more and more collateral needed, which means that that's less money that they can put into the market to create more new short positions. So as the market's crashing and falling, they can't make money, and it pisses them off big time. Super, super big time, because their money's tied up holding that collateral for all the positions that it is that they hold, and they can't get rid of those positions because people aren't giving them the opportunity to be able to close out those enough positions to be able to make money inside the market. So it's a very common misconception that hedge funds make money in a huge swinging market like this. They don't. And when they lose big. Really, really, really big. All right. I got to get to the numbers, guys. Did they try to talk me out of quitting? Yes. Yes, they did try to talk me out of quitting. And it was a very uncomfortable, very, very uncomfortable meeting that I had. Super uncomfortable. Yo, I probably missed one of your comments, and you're saying, okay, I read your comment up above. All right, I gotta say one more thing. I'm not gonna read any more of your guys' comments from this point. I'm actually gonna take you to the screen here, but I want to say something about in regards to what Savvy just said about telling people not to buy a Jeep and they're gonna buy one anyways. We're gonna talk about this real quick while I'm logging in. Remember, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those specific comments or thoughts. But this is something that I've come to the realization to that I think that every single one of you guys are gonna have to come to the same realization as well. If you guys ever saw the movie Schindler's List, one of the most impactful things that ever was said in that movie was when Schindler said that I could have saved so many more people, and he kept thinking about how many other people he could have possibly saved if he had just done one little tiny thing differently. He could have saved more lives. I'm telling you right now, guys, you can live your life like that, where you try to help people out as many as you possibly can, and you will go batshit crazy because you're not going to be able to help every single person. It's just no way. As a YouTube personality, I've had to come to that realization that I cannot help every individual. I want to, but I can't. It's physically impossible for me to help every single person. You can only do what you can do. There are going to be people who refuse to believe or see what it is that's happening. There is nothing you can do to change that. Don't waste energy on people who are unwilling to see. You will be spinning your wheels. You'll be it'll put you in a situation where you can't function because you're trying hard to fight these battles with people that just don't care. They don't care. They want to see it for how they want to see it, and that's it. They don't want to see it any other way, and they don't care what your opinion is. Don't waste your time. And I know that sounds like really, really like mean. I know it sounds super mean, but you will go crazy trying to make sure that you help every individual because there are so many people to help. There's a lot of people to help. Try, but for those who aren't willing to listen, move on. I'm telling you right now, just move on. You you don't have time for that. It was either meant to be or it wasn't meant to be. But you can't sit there constantly like bashing your head in and harming your mental fortitude trying to work on helping somebody else when in actually I'm like looking at my beard in the, in the picture. Listen to this. This is something that this is another thing I'm going to tell you. My godfather was he was a police officer. He's not any longer, but we used to play this game all the time where he would give me situational things that police officers come into, things that happen in their lives, things that they experience in their jobs, and how would you react, right, as a police officer. It was a fun thing I used to like to do with him all the time. It was just I don't know, situational awareness, whatever. He gave me this one time that I thought was so strange, so strange, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all because I wanted to save everybody in this situation, but you couldn't. And what it was he said a tsunami warning has just been called over the radio. There is a massive tsunami that's coming. We lived in San Diego, so this is a real possibility that it could have happened there. A tsunami is coming. It's just been radioed over. You know it's within a minute or two of hitting. What do you do? And the correct answer, he told me, is that as a police officer, you would get yourself to high ground, save yourself, because if you're not there to survive for the aftermath, then there's not going to be anybody there to be able to protect the people who need protecting and helping afterwards. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that answer. I wanted to save everybody. I told him, I said, I'd get on my loud horn and I'd be telling everybody, get out of here. Tsunami's coming. And he's like, oh, great. Now you just created mass panic. you know? And I was like, no, I want to save them all, save everybody. And that's my mentality was to save every single person you possibly can. Sometimes you got to just save yourself because the people who need real saving are going to be the ones who need saving afterwards. So just keep that in mind. You know, you can try, but don't expend all your energy. So just want to throw that out there because I know it's, you know, I know we're all facing that right now. We're all facing people who don't understand what's going on and they don't want to understand, some of them. All right, starting with off exchange, sitting over here right next to me. I would expect by this time of the day to see somewhere around 49% through the off exchange, and EDGX to have somewhere between 11 and 12%. Let's see what it is right now for AMC. 45.93, so not a whole lot of volume going through the off exchange. EDGX at 15.67%. For a grand total 61.6%. That has definitely cooled off compared to where it was an hour ago. That CHX that was trading so high yesterday, now showing about 413 shares having been traded through that exchange. Ooh, whoa, scary. It's so high. Yeah, something happened there. Something happened. Let's see here. For Ape, I would suspect the same numbers to apply. It's currently 59.79 and EDGX at 9.2 for a grand total 68.99%. Those numbers are definitely elevated for what we should be seeing for this morning, and compared to what I would think it should be. CHX is showing about 800 shares having been traded in volume so far. Taking a look at Ortex data. Excuse me. As of an hour ago, there was a reporting of 844,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.1 million shares. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.29%. Cost to borrow averages at 25.23. The amount of shares on loan increased day over day by 1.3 million, is currently at 186.12 million shares on loan. I'm estimating about 463,000 of that was in new short interest. See, and this, I think it was BioLife that asked this question, but this is a good example of what I'm talking about. Like, if institutions truly and honestly knew the price was going to be dropping today, then why didn't they open up a lot more short interest yesterday, knowing that the price of AMC was going to be going down today? All they could open up was 463,000 shares when they knew price was going to be going down. It's because they can't. They don't have a lot of money to be able to go out there and start opening up a bunch of new positions. So, and it's because of the amount of collateral that they're having to keep. And those collateral requirements are only going to grow larger and larger and larger as the market moves down further and further. Why? Because their collateral's held in the market. The market is going down in value. They have to make money just to maintain the collateral that they have to hold. And it may even be forcing them to either keep it on cash on hand or invest it in a long position in the market. It's almost forcing them to move into long positions. So you can see where that idea or that theory that hedge funds just make money when the market moves down is just a complete falsity. It's not how it works. Not always. I mean, in some cases, it does work that way. But in this kind of a case where you have a massive market sell-off and you've got people who are holding in their positions, they end up getting screwed. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 221,000 shares having been returned. It's now 227,000 shares. Something very interesting has happened for the day-to-day guys that we have not seen since Ape has become a stock. To this point in this day so far, there still has been no borrowing of Ape shares whatsoever. Only returned shares. There's no cost to borrow average showing. There's no borrowed shares showing. There's no borrowing activity going on whatsoever on Ape. Again, if they knew price was going to be going down, why aren't they opening up new positions against Ape in order to make money? Can't. 7.6 is our total short share interest of the free float. Shares on loan for the day today is up 2 million shares day over day at 27.7 million shares on loan. Taking a look at Options for AMC. An hour ago at a call strike of $7.50 was our highest amount of volume. It still is. It went from 11.6 thousand contracts, which is really super high, to 15,000 contracts. On puts at a $7 strike an hour ago, we had 2.4 thousand contracts. It's now 3.7. And let's see here. Let's see what the combined price of AMC and Ape is. It is still trending down here. We had it looks like we've broken out officially. I thought we might see a rebound somewhere after we dipped out, like maybe perhaps here coming back in, but we are still heading down on this one. And if I had to draw some kind of support level, let me see here. Let me just try and draw this out here real quick. I don't want to see us break that white line downwards. That'll be kind of rough. But I did mention earlier this morning I can't imagine us getting a combined price below 853 for AMC and Ape. I think we would tend to see a turnaround point at some point. Oh, sorry, one second. Orders by Fidelity customers in regards to AMC and Ape and GME. Uh-oh. Fidelity can't be reached. Hopefully I'm still live with you guys here. It says excellent connection. Now it says it's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I may be getting shut down here, guys. Let's see here. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I'm buffering for you guys or not, but looks like it's starting to report now again. Let's see if we've got AMC, Ape, or GME on the top 30 list of most heavily traded stocks by trades. And I do not see any of those three showing up as of right now. Trigger price for SSR is at $6.41 for Ape, or sorry, for AMC. For Ape, it's at 2.016. Shares available to borrow. So far, looks like they did borrow another 150 or another 50,000 shares earlier. In the ETFs, it looks like mainly returns. There's a lot of shares being returned right now and not being borrowed. The fees are super high. But the total amount of shares borrowed so far for the day today is at 750,000 shares. I would suggest to you guys, again, this is another example of a bullish indicator when you start seeing shares showing up available to borrow but not being borrowed. Somebody's expecting price to start running. Otherwise, they would have just continued to borrow these and created more new open short positions. NASDAQ is down 2.95. Dow Jones is down 1.59. And the S&P 500 is down 2.11. The market is on fire with hot lava. Don't touch the floor because it'll burn your feet with 5,057 decliners to 1,670 advancers. The VIX is down 1.93 and is at 31.11. VTI is down 2.16. IWD down 1.6. Tesla down 3.99. Amazon down 4.01. Cinemark is down 3.39. Doge is down 1.88. Bitcoin is down 2.02. GME is down 3.75. HYMC is down 3.27. Hood is down 1.7. NCMI is down 4.8. Ape is down 5.13. And AMC is down 6.76. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently showing as, man, my internet is being absolutely spotty right now. Even amounts of inflow versus outflow right now, with 9.89 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here after 114 minutes of trading. Looks like we're at on a pace for 34.07 million shares traded before the end of the day today on AMC. I said somewhere between 10 and 30 million. This is actually a larger number than I was expecting in volume. On the hourly, but I think we'll still come into my numbers. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure on our side of 22.14, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 18.21, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 24.14, signaling oversold. On Ape, we have $400,000 more in outflow than inflow, with 3.48 million shares in volume so far after, let's see here, 115 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 11.8 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested 5 to 25. It's actually coming down into some of the lower numbers that I would have expected. Also, do note there's a lot of really odd 5-share orders spanning just a couple of minutes here. I want to take a look at something real quick here. 5, 5. There is no 5. Huh. I can't say that I've ever seen that before. So if I take you down just a little bit here on the order book on the right-hand side, you'll see these. I guess that's probably good right there. You can see these orders right here for $5, or not 5 shares. Several of them for a price spread. Usually they show up as ones. So I'm a little surprised to see those set up the way that they are. Give me 1 second here while I expand the screen just a tad. There we go. Very, very odd. I've not seen that before. Some very interesting numbers over here on the buy side for Ape. Taking a look at the hourly, did I already cover these? I don't remember if I did or not, so I'm going to go ahead and do them anyways. No, I think I already covered these for Ape. Holy moly, my internet is really toast right now. Let's see what we got here. Dre Mullen says, "Yo, Casey, quick question: is this considered bullish divergence, and why is it important for AMC?" Yeah. I mean, you've got falling price and falling volume. So I would, yes, I would say so. I don't really watch the moving averages a whole lot, but I'm sure that I'm sure those are probably looking pretty. They've got to be looking pretty bullish at some point here. I mean, I would imagine most of them are not crossing at this point. They've got to be like really maxed out to the bottom side. But if you take a look at, like, for example, like RSI and whatnot, if you're looking at RSI, you can see that it's heavily oversold right now. So is this going to swing back the other direction? I think so. And I think also, if you were on the Discord as well, I think under DD, I never had a comment I never put in here. Under DD, I think Björk had put in some bullish divergence charts in there as well. In regards to like, I think it was OBV that he had put it in there. Yeah, it was. I think it was OBV here. Yep. Let me move back to. So I'm looking at a 30-minute chart right here, but let me move back to the 1-minute chart on AMC. Let me see if I can figure out where we're heading to on this pattern here. What's going on here? I feel like what this really kind of looks like to me is a descending broadening wedge. If this breaks out on AMC, if this breaks out and heads up north and hits about $6.83, we could see this drop down even further to the point to where we may actually trip SSR at $6.41. I didn't think that would be possible for the day to day, but if liquidity is a problem, one of the best ways to solve it is trip SSR. And I know for a fact that this market can move the price anywhere, any which way that they want to at a moment's notice. But I mean, max pain, you got to figure $7.50 today, right? So I have a feeling that you'll probably see something very similar to what happened yesterday. And if I put that back up on the screen here real quick, you can see with the combined price of AMC and Ape yesterday, it did come down pretty hard. Actually, I think I was thinking of 2 days ago. Something like kind of like this kind of a movement right here. So we'd be in that first little phase portion of yesterday where we might see kind of a turnaround point at around 12:03, and so that'd be like another half hour from now. But if the market's just going to continue to tank, then tank we shall. Yep, Thorbladed, you're not wrong. Quite honestly, guys, I thought, I see, who is it said, Harry Parrott talking about Bitcoin. I truly honestly thought that we would see maybe a rip up to about 22 on Bitcoin. So I'm a little surprised, but I do feel like we had like a kind of a momentary breakout of this like really steep descending wedge here that stems all the way back from what is that, September of last year. And so this little tiny breakout right here, I think, was just kind of like a quick head fake to that potential run down to the next level. Um, I kind of thought the head fake might take us up into the 22 range, but if it doesn't get there, it doesn't get there. But my thought process on this is that we see this thing run down to, the 13K range and then potentially break out upwards in this time zone anywhere from the beginning of November to kind of the late portion of November. Leading into Thanksgiving. You know what? I don't think you saw any of that, did you? My bad. I had you on the wrong one. All this right here. I think it was just a temporary break above this, and then I think it's going to come back down in, and then head out. I had Hunter on my computer last night. We were kind of checking out some things, and he's like, do you group your? I run, believe it or not, guys, I run without streaming. I run 75% usage on my RAM, and I have like 15 gigs of RAM. And we were just kind of like looking at things, like trying to figure out like how can I improve my computer's performance. And you guys are probably sitting there going like 15 gigs, and you're that bad? And I was like, yep. Let's see here. I was kind of curious. I was going to tell him what streaming did to my memory. We were able to cut the memory down. I'm sorry, I was running 85% of my memory without streaming. We were able to cut it down to about 70%. It looks like streaming doesn't really cause anything to go down. I'm still running about 70% memory right now, usage, constant. But he was absolutely flabbergasted at how much memory I use on this computer. Just type in AMC plus Ape just over music. So if you come in here at the top left hand side of the screen over here, just type in AMC plus Ape, and it'll spit it out for you. No, don't commit to stuff like that, Woodstonk. Keep your money yourself for now. You may end up needing it. I'm talking about you may end up needing it in this, if this economy takes a dumping, you may need that money later. Max pain doesn't matter on days like this. Well, we'll see. I mean, it may not. It may not end up mattering. Doug, in real life, it is not over. Not by the least. We have seen so much worse on this stock before. This is not even, I mean, our combined price right now, and this is what's crazy to me that you would be talking like as 881. I've seen five. I've seen five on this stock before and seen amazing things happen afterwards. So not even close. Casey, Bitcoin got near 21K. You were close. I mean, yeah, I was, but I kind of thought, I mean, originally I thought it was going to break down once it got below that 19.4 and held below 19.4. I kind of thought I thought it might continue to head that direction down. So, I mean, I got that wrong. I didn't see the time delay. I didn't see the time delay that we were going to have here before moving down. I kind of felt like, we would see this market run. And you can remember actually a couple of days ago, I put in for the next month that we might see the market run up leading into midterms. But I may have underestimated how fast this is moving. It's a possibility. Peace, love. You can almost bet your bottom dollar if they're struggling for liquidity, then heading for SSR is going to be on the top of their list of things to do. And if they do manage to trip SSR, you'll probably see price bounce off of that really quickly. ABC says if the market wasn't rigged slash corrupt, we wouldn't be on the verge of making life-changing money. If we're right about synthetic shares, there's no way out for them. The price is an illusion. I agree. It really is an illusion. You don't see a market tank like this for just no reason whatsoever. Diamond Gal says, ask yourself, like Casey says, how long will you hold a royal flush? I mean, essentially, you're sitting at a poker table right now, and they're trying to convince you that you're not holding a royal flush. That's essentially what they're trying to convince you. And, to sit there and say that, this isn't getting any better, especially Anthony, like you said, I've been here for a long time. I don't see how this has gotten any better for us. You can't get a better hand than a royal flush, Anthony. Of course you can't get any better. You have the best hand. you have the best hand to have risk management against a inflation filled economy that is absolutely tanking. There is no better hand to be held than the hand that is the royal flush during a failing economy. And so you ask yourself, my hand's not getting any better. Well, dude, you got dealt the best hand. Of course it's not getting any better. It's not going to get any better. You have the best hand to mitigate risk against an inflation-filled economy. That's it. The best hand. They will always use news to drop the price, Anthony. Dude, it's like you don't even read this stuff. Hold on a second. Let me give it to you again. I know I've given this to you before. Hold on. I know I've given this to you before. I've given it to a lot of people. This is all part of the playbook. We've got a playbook that was written in 2014 here. All the playbook says is everything it is that we're experiencing. Everything. Let's see, is it post? Yeah, it's posts. 1 second. I will send it to you. I'm pretty sure I've sent this to you like on multiple occasions, but it's almost like you forget to read the stuff or you forget that it exists. Here we go. Their entire playbook is right here. That link will show you everything, and here it is right here. I'll read it to you. The plethora of corporate rules means the SEC may ultimately. Oh no, wait, hold on a second here. Wrong spot. That is not it. Here we go. Massive counterfeiting can drive the stock price down in a matter of hours on extremely high volume. This is called crashing the stock, and a successful crash is a one-day drop of 20% or a 35% drop in a week. In order to make the crash stick or make it more effective, it is done concurrently with all or most of the following: media assaults, analysts' reports, planting moles in target companies, frivolous SEC investigations, class action lawsuits, interfering with target company customers, financing, etc., pulling margin from long customers, and paid bashers. So let's go to analyst reports. I think that's the one that says, regardless of whether it's positive or negative news. Let me see here. Oh no, here we go. I think it might be under media assaults. Trying to find it. There's a spot in here where it talks about it doesn't matter whether there's positive or negative news. They drop the price regardless. Positive news, dropping the price is supposed to affect you psychologically. Dropping the price on negative news is supposed to affect you psychologically. Doesn't matter. One way or the other, good news, bad news, they drop the price because they want you to have a reaction. Where is it? Which section it is? I think it's under. I'm trying to remember which section it is. I want to say it's the media assault one. The shorts, in order to realize their profit, must ultimately put the victim into bankruptcy or obtain shares at a price much cheaper than what they shorted at. Remember, those are the two key things, right, guys? The shorts, in order to realize their profit, must ultimately put the victim into bankruptcy or obtain shares at a price much cheaper than what they shorted at. So they have to have either our shares or bankrupt the company, one of the two. These shares come from the investing public who panics and sells into the manipulation. Panic is induced with assistance from the financial media. The shorts are friendly reporters with the Dow Jones News Agency, the Wall Street Journal, Barron's, the New York Times, Gannett Publications, US Today and Arizona Republic, CNBC, and others. The common thread, a number of the friendly reporters worked for TheStreet.com, an internet advisory service that short hedge fund managers David Rocker and Jim Cramer owned. This alumni association supported the short attack by producing slanted, libelous, innuendo-laden stories that disparaged the company as it was being crashed. One of the more outrageous stories was a front-page news story in the U.S. Today during a short crash of Taser's stock price in June of 2005. The story was almost a full page, and the reporter concluded that the Taser's electric jolt was the same as an electric chair. Proof positive that Taser did indeed kill innocent people. To reach that conclusion, the reporter overestimated the Taser's amperage by a factor of 1 million times. This mistake was made despite a detailed technical briefing by Taser to 7 USA Today editors 2 weeks prior to the story. The explanation due to a mathematical error appeared 3 days later after the damage was already done on the stock price. Jim Cramer, in a videotaped interview with TheStreet.com, best described the media function. When shorting the hedge fund, I think this is a quote from him. When shorting, the hedge fund mode is to not do anything remotely truthful because the truth is so against your view. So the hedge funds create a new truth that is the development of the fiction. You hit the brokerage houses with a series of orders, a short down ladder that pushes the price down. Then we go to the press. You have a vicious cycle down. It's a pretty good game. This interview, which is more like a confession, was never supposed to get on the air. However, it somehow ended up on YouTube. Cramer and TheStreet.com have made repeated efforts with some success to get it taken off of YouTube. Analyst reports some alleged independent analysts were actually paid by the shorts to write slanted negative ratings reports. The reports, which were represented as being independent, were ghost-written by the shorts and disseminated to coincide with short attacks. There are congressional testimony in the matter of Gradient Analytic and Rocker Partners that expands upon this. These libelous reports would then become a story for the aforementioned friendly media. All were designed to panic small investors into selling their stock into the manipulation. I'm telling you guys, all of this stuff, everything that is happening is to try and generate or elicit some kind of reaction out of you, the investor, to get you to do something. That's the game that has been played for the last 22 years that I've been in this market. How do I get retail Joe, retail Jane to fear what it is that they're in and move out of their positions? That's how I make their money. I'm going to take their money by causing fear and panic and cause them to move their position, because the only way that they realize their losses is if I cause them to make a bad decision. That's it. That is absolutely it. Go read it, Anthony. Read that entire article, man. This whole playbook. I can be calm and collected through this whole thing. Why? Because I know what it is that they're trying to do. I know what reaction I'm supposed to have. Am I going to have it? Hell no. Hell no, because I know what it is that they want me to feel. I know what they want me to try and fear. I have seen so much worse than this, dude. So much worse. This is nothing. This is animal crackers. And they're going to continue to try harder and harder and harder the further it is that they get closer to dying. They cannot afford to lose. Habitual line holder, man, Gary Gensler knows this stuff. He's a part of the system. Low boy, I've heard many people suggest that they've had problems trying to buy Ape. It's considered a penny stock at this point. You have to get your broker to be able to give you access to that. We're going to lose people, guys. I told you we're going to lose people before this is over. This is kind of why I gave you that little speech a little while ago. We are going to lose people before this is all over. There will be people who fold to this. More than likely, those people will be the ones who absolutely regret it for the rest of their lives that they lost the money and they never were able to regain it. They will. They'll look back and they'll be like, if I had just held. How many of you guys put in a one? Put in a one if you've ever been that person where you sold and the price started ripping right after you sold your position. I got my hand up. Have you ever been in a stock before where you sold out of it thinking this is it, it's over, so I've lost too much money, I'm out, I'm done, and then price starts running afterwards? I got a one in there. It's happened to me. I've been a part of that before. There will be people in this play, I guarantee you, who will be able to put a one for that in this play. That statement will be holding true for them for this play. Dutch has got multiple ones in there. You know what, Dutch? You're not wrong, Dutch. I would be lying if I said that was only one time. I would be lying if I said it was only one time. I'm with you, Dutch. I made a lot of mistakes back in the early 2000s. I really did. I made a lot of mistakes, but I was brand new in the market. I didn't know what I was doing it, and it was good because I was learning. I was learning with hard-earned cash. I was learning with hard-earned cash, and I'm telling you guys, I learned lessons. I learned really good lessons with that hard-earned cash when I was young. That having fear in the market is not something you can afford to do. You just can't. You can't play in a market. You can't play with the big boys if you're going to have fear. You just can't. You have to suck it up. And if you're going to have fear, then you're playing in the wrong game. This is not for you. Now, there is healthy fear. There are certain times where there's times to have healthy fear. This is not one of them. In my opinion, this is not one of them. Everything around me says this whole market's tanking. It's not just us. It's everybody. You see it. You can see what's happening. You know what's happening. But we are not at like some incredibly low levels right now, guys. This is not low levels. We're still at an $8.71 price range. We've seen $5 on this stock before ripping up to 70 some odd dollars. This is not the time to panic. It's never a time to panic. Let me Let's see here. I know there are people who are in this play who are part of GME's play before it ripped on GME. I know of one person. I don't know of too many, but I do know one. And I'm not going to say any names. That's up to them as to whether or not they want to talk about it. But I know of one person who was a part of GME and they sold in early January before the price started ripping because they had taken on too many losses. But they actually, oh no, that's not true. I take that back. They were afraid the price wasn't going to go much higher. I take it back. They weren't seeing too many losses. They sold for a profit, but they were afraid that it was not going to happen because it was taking too long. And when they sold, it was shortly thereafter that the price started ripping. And they have regrets. They have regrets. Even though they made profit, they still had regrets about, not having stayed in it. They're here. They're here now. They're a part of this. They want a second chance. Not very many people are getting a second chance, but it's here. It's here for us. It's here for our taking. Woodstock says the level of paper hands on the next run up. You know what, Woodstock, you're not wrong. You're probably very, very, very right. And unfortunately, what will end up happening is they'll be like that person that I just mentioned. They'll make profit, some kind of profit, and then they're gonna go like, I'm out. I just went out. I made some profit, and this is too much for me. I couldn't take it anymore. And they're gonna jump out, and that's gonna cause massive amounts of shares to hit the market. And guess what's gonna happen when those shares hit the market? And those shares are desperately needed. You're going to see massive amounts of volume start flying around, and it's going to be probably one of the biggest catalysts. Balake. I'm going to laugh every time I see your name, man. Balake. Blake. Casey, we are closer than ever. I don't want to make that statement, Blake. It's always 2 weeks for me, man. I'll let you know when I think we're right there, but like I did, like I kind of how I felt when I saw the 24th, 25th happen. I knew I was like, this is it. But I'll let you know. But as of right now, I'm not. I mean, I do feel like we're getting close. Seeing the market move down the way that it is, I think this is a good sign. This is what we needed to see for a healthy run for us. We didn't have a healthy run for us back in June of last year for a couple different reasons. One, the market wasn't ready for us. Two, we had um, large amounts of shares being sold by Mudrick Capital that kind of put a kibosh into our movement. One second here, guys. Okay, never mind. We got about 2 more minutes here before I look at the numbers again. It wasn't your bad, Blake, but it's just kind of, I hate dates. I just don't like dates, and I don't want to say we're really really close because I don't want to give that false pretense out. I think there's specific numbers that I've got to see that tells me that we're seeing something very amazing about ready to happen, and I'll let you guys know when I see it. I usually make it pretty obvious. Harry Parrott says, "I hate to say this. I pray the AMC Ape goes lower. I'm buying like there's a buy one get one sale at Payless." Oh man, I I tried shopping at Payless a long time ago, and I just can't wear their shoes, man. I need higher quality shoes than that. They're good for like one night, you know, out. If you're gonna look for a nice pair of shoes, not really nice, but like something that looks decent, and you want to just go out in them, they're not bad for that. But like working in or something like that, I just could never. Do you see AMC dropping below 5 realistically? It's always a possibility, Antics. It absolutely is a possibility. It seems a little unrealistic because of the fact that, if we get down to those kind of prices, you're probably going to see Ape right around or near $1. And if that's the case, then what's going to happen is you're going to see massive amount at $1. And I've kind of brought this up before. At $1 a share, it's only going to take the average investor. Shoot, now I forgot what the numbers were. Hold on a second. 500. I got to do 515 divided by 4.1 million people. $125. It's going to cost us $125. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. It's the amount of shares I got to buy back in for after this is all done. It's going to take $125 for each individual investor to buy their fair portion of shares that it would take to own the entire float. $125. That's all it will take. So as you can imagine, as the price gets lower and lower and lower, this is going to be more and more difficult to keep these prices low like this. The amount of buying pressure that's going to come in at these low prices is going to be too great. Yeah, that's right, MGTO. That Jim Cramer is not happy about that ETF. Blair, you don't need something awesome to happen. You need patience. That truly and honestly is going to be you need patience and Zen. That's what you need. Well, Woodstock, that is part of the problem. That's why the top 3 rules are some of the best rules out there. Those golden rules, as far as like don't invest more than you can afford to lose, or not see back again in the near future, is kind of one of those great rules that is always good in investing. You don't want to have those emotions that are attached. And the unfortunate thing is Woodstock, you're not the only one. There are a lot of people who have invested a large amount of money into this, more than they should have. And that's it's unfortunate. It does cause emotions. Um, but that's what happens. And I hope it's a life learning lesson for you, that knowing that how much money you put in makes a difference on how you feel, because those emotions should not be a part of this. And I'm not trying to be down on you. I'm just saying it should be a good life lesson for you. Isn't this considered a falling knife? Would people buy it if so? I don't think this is a falling knife, no. Yep, 11A numbers. Let's take a look at them. Let me log into my broker. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are typing, so hold those specific thoughts if you want me to read them while we look at these numbers together. Wait till you see the big tramp back up on the page again. That's when I'll be able to see what you guys are writing. But let's take a look at and see what it is that we got going on here. Excuse me. Starting with off exchange, I think there must be some like cedar allergies going around or something around here. I've had like some of the worst congestion lately. I don't know what's going on. It's not. I don't feel sick at all though. Starting with off exchange, let's give that a quick refresh and see where we're at now. We got 47.3% going through off exchange. CBOE EDGX at 14.53%, and the grand total for those is 61.83%. That's a little bit lower than what I would expect to see in off exchange volume for AMC. So they're not having to suppress price through volume discovery. Let's see here. There's something I was going to mention. I was thinking about just as a. Oh yeah, remember who's invested in this, guys? Remember the institutions that are invested in this as well. There are lots of institutions with a third of the entire float supposedly who stand to lose money from this if they sell too, right? So just remember that. Keep that in the back of your head about who's involved in this play. We're not the only ones. Off exchange 61.66% and EDGX is at 8.91. The total between those two is at 70.57%. That's very high data for the off exchange. Between the two, if you were to balance them out, it would be pretty close to, it'd be probably just a little bit higher than normal for total amount of volume going through those off exchanges. CHX still not getting a whole lot of volume. Refreshing Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was 1.1 million shares borrowed on AMC. That number is now being shown as a return of 9. See, this doesn't make any sense. They've returned so far 959. So they originally, or an hour ago, there was a reporting of 1.1 million shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 959,000 shares. Somebody's deciding this is going to be it's bullish. Anytime somebody returns shares that are on loan, that's going to be bullish. But that's going to change or adjust our estimated short share interest of the free float down to 19.16%. Cost of borrow averages at 25.23. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 186.12 million shares on loan. That is an increase day over day of 1.3 million shares, and I'm estimating 463,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 227,000 shares having been returned. It's now 327,000 shares. They finally started borrowing some shares on Ape, so we have a cost of borrow average of 2.88%. Estimated short share interest, the free float's at 7.68%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 27.7 million. Day over day, that's an increase of shares on loan by 2 million shares. All of that in short interest. Taking a look at options. On the call options at a $7.50 strike, there was 15,000 contracts an hour ago. Highest amount of volume still at the same level. There's now 17.8 thousand contracts. For puts at a $7 strike price, an hour ago there was 3.7 thousand contracts. There's now 4.7. Market still suggesting an AMC close somewhere between 7 and 7.25. Even though price is at 8, the combined price of AMC and Ape is at $8.63. We are still above the support line here that I've got drawn down here. Question is how far is this market willing to tank today? That's what it's going to come down to. More than likely, I would assume that it's going to have something. It's going to stem around SSR at some point. Taking a look at Fidelity's tripping out on me again. AMC, GME, and Ape. Looking for those on Fidelity's orders by customers. None of them are on the top 3 of the list. SSR's trigger price is $6.41 for AMC, 2.01 for Ape, and shares available to borrow, 900,000 shares available to borrow. It was 950 an hour ago, so they did borrow 50,000 shares. Fees are at 23.4%, so fees are pretty high. That puts us at 800,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today, according to what I'm seeing. NASDAQ is down 3%. Dow Jones is down 1.53. The S&P 500 is down 2.09. We currently have 5,081 decliners to 1,664 advancers. The market is not doing well. It's looking pretty trashy. We've got the VIX being up 2.42. VTI is down 2.16. IWD is down 1.58. Tesla is down 5.55. Amazon is down 0.4. Cinemark is down 4.67. Doge is down 2.23. Bitcoin down 1.94. GameStop is down 3.69, HYMC down 3.99, Hood is down 2.46, NCMI is down 9.47, Ape is down 8.26, and AMC is down 7.94. Again, guys, on the VIX, you're not going to see the market completely. Like, if you think the market's tanking now, you just wait for this thing to break 35. Wait for a full candle to break up above 35, and we are going to see fireworks. You think this is pain now? You ain't seen nothing yet. You haven't seen nothing yet. This ain't even close to pain. Not even close. This pain. Talking about this market like this is painful. This ain't nothing, guys. This ain't even nothing. When this thing starts ripping, there's gonna be massive, massive, massive amounts of pain. SPY is currently sitting at 365. That's not even as low. It's not even as low as what it was down to before it almost broke 355. That's the number that I'm waiting to see us break. We are absolutely taking that one last run up here before starting to head back down to that 355. We break 355 and this is all over. This thing is going to just start tanking. You think this is painful now? You have no idea what we have ahead of us. You need to buckle up and just start, stiffening up that upper lip, because there's pain ahead. Like I said, we're going to lose people before this is all over. Question is who's it going to be? They need your shares. You're right, Casey Fidelity said they have to enter my order for Ape. Got my XXX order in. Congratulations, low boy. They should be able to sign you up to where you should be able to make the orders for yourself, but yeah. Let's see here. 1 second, I got to give you guys the right screen here. That looks good. Oops, wrong one. Typically, Stephen, yes. The answer to your question is yes. They borrow shares to drop price and then they return them after they've got people to sell shares. They gotta, or they borrow more shares. But as you can tell right now, based off of the amount of shares that are on loan, it's not increasing. So they're basically just playing shuffle with shares on a daily basis. Guys, do you see the new names? It's kind of funny to me. I see the new names popping in here and I see the messages pop up and then sometimes they delete them real quick so I don't see them and it's just kind of like, we see it, guys. We know what's going on. Yeah, nice try. Bank of America to pay 1.84 billion to settle mortgage-backed securities from 2008. I read that earlier. My hopes is that a lot of people may have already recovered some money, but maybe they'll get some more from them as well. Casey, two questions. Can you show the 2008 chart overlay with the last couple days to see how it looks? Please show OBV for last couple days also. Thank you. I know you shake your head at me sometimes. No, man, I don't. I don't shake my head at you. I don't think I do. If I do, it's not unintentionally. But yeah, absolutely, I can show that. Hold on a second here. I shake my head at you. I didn't know I shake my head at you. This is what I got here for the overlay of 2008. I haven't gotten rid of it because I wanted to just keep it up here. This is on a weekly. We could drop this down a little bit to a daily to try and see if what it looks like closer on a daily. But this is what I got right here. And I thought part of what I thought was happening here, and I know I don't like adjusting numbers from the past to try and fit or make it look like it's going to fit in with what you've got from the future or what's currently happening. And I feel what's happening right now is we're on a quicker time pace and a more violent move on some of these swings. And so I don't think this is going to line up perfectly. But if I were to take this to a daily real quick, I have a feeling that these movements right here are going to start becoming very violent, like some of these movements that you see here. But the overall trend is going to be upwards. So everybody's going to keep seeing these violent movements, and the idea is to try and wear people out on these up and down swings. If you're on an emotional roller coaster of highs and lows, you're going to lose your stamina. It's kind of like I'm trying to think of what there's something that happens when you don't eat for like I'm not a medical person, so I can never remember this. There's something that happens that occurs with your body when you kind of starve your body for certain periods of time, and so you get these like wild swings in that whatever it is that your body produces, because I can't remember what it's called, and so you end up it ends up kind of fatiguing your body a little bit, and so I think what the idea here is cause these like really massive volatile swings as price, even though price is generally moving upwards, you're going to see these volatile swings and cause a lot of confusion, distortion, and general fatigue within the market. I think that's the idea. So in regards to OBV, let me pull that up. I'm gonna have to show it to you on the charts that I've got pulled up that I did with the CHX data on here. I think I should be able to remove that so that you don't have to see it and just add the indicator. I already had it on here. I didn't even know it. Oh no, that's market cap. All right, OBV. Get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of these. I don't think I really need to change anything on the screen for you guys, so hopefully you can see this okay. But I mean, you've obviously got price dipping here. On this is just AMC, and you can see right here that the OBV in regards to that dipping in price and what it's doing, and it's not really changing, right? If I put it right where we're at right now, it's not a sell-off. We've been moving down in price for the last 3 days. OBV has come down. You can see a little bit of a trend down. But for the most part, though, we're strongly holding through this in contrast to like how some of these when we see some of the other swings down, like for the example, this one right here, the first 3 days drop off on this. Look at the swing down here on the OBV, right? But not necessarily right now. So I still see a lot of holding pressure here. what you're going to need to remember BioLife is that the more volume that there is, the more that's going to impact this. So if price is falling on low volume, that's unhealthy price movement. I've said this on many occasions. Anytime price moves in one direction or the other, it needs to be on high volume. It shouldn't be on low volume. Either direction is an unhealthy movement. You have to have volume to follow the price. Otherwise, all you have is manipulation, or you have, I don't want to say manipulation. You either have like a price that is devalued and underinflated in value, or you have an inflation of price that's not supported by heavy amounts of volume, which means it's going to come crashing back down. Either way, one's going to spike the opposite direction once you get enough pressure in there. So that's really what I want you to think about is just remember that as so long as we have this low volume and price dipping, that ain't bearish. That's not bearish at all. Lower volume plus the price dropping is bullish. Let me put it up there for you guys so you can see. Hold on. Just so you know I'm not just pulling your leg here. General rules and volume analysis. If volume is decreasing and price is falling, it's bullish. Interpretation is bullish. You gotta have in order for you to have healthy price movement in either direction to support the movement. You've got to have equal amounts of volume that occurs during those periods of time. You got to have it, or it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You can't have a real sell-off with no volume. You just can't. It's impossible. It is absolutely impossible. Jim Cap says, sorry guys, I couldn't see what it is you're writing. I can see what it is that you're writing now. Jim Cap says, in 2000 I had a mortgage. Shoot, I lost it. Hold on. I had a mortgage with B of A, then I lost my gig in 09, and for some strange reason, they couldn't foreclose on me. Finally refinanced in 2013, rented and sold for profit last year. Proceeds in Amy. Congratulations, Jim. Not everyone fared so well with Bank of America loans. You may have done well for yourself in contrast to other people. I'm skipping down here a little bit, guys. Let's see, because I'm going to take a break here in just a few minutes. Wait. Cassius says, what the fuck? I was just reading an email saying my utility bill is going up 7% due to fuel costs. Yep. Energy. Oh, shoot. It is coming up. I think I want to say it was supposed to be like the 14th or something like that, or the 9th. That's a great question in regards to, I guess it's probably the 14th. Hold on a second. Let me look it up and see. I'll go to Investor Connect and find out for you. I'm not going to be able to see what anybody else is writing. Investor Relations. 2Q earnings webcast. That's not what I want to see. It does not appear that they've listed it. This says November 1st. I'm seeing November 1st. November 1st would be a Tuesday. I don't feel like November 1st. I don't feel like Tuesdays are days that we normally. Maybe it is Tuesdays we normally see those on. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm showing Tuesday though. Tuesday, November the 1st. I don't know if that's actually in stone yet or not though. Yeah, we'll get a break, Bjork, but it's not going to be until they get those margin calls, man. They just will not. They will not give us a break until they're over, and you know that. You've known that for a long time. You know that they're not going to give up on this until they're done. They will fight to the very bitter end. There will be no breaks until we see margin calls. That's the only way we see an end. SSR is not tripped yet. You see those red lines on the page? Those are SSR tripping points. Tech We Love says November 7th after hours, one day before the election. Wow. Yale says my propane bill for heating my home in Canada will be close to 7,500 US funds for 22-23. Oh, wait. For 2 years? Hold on a second. Let me do the math for that. It's 24 months. Hold on. It's $312 a month. That's pretty hefty. But if I had to count my air conditioning bills on top of my, that's actually not too bad. That's not too bad. Because we got to do air conditioning down here, and that costs pretty hefty. I don't know what to tell you, Lucas. I really don't know what to tell you. Yep, no limitations, Bjork. No limitations. All right, it looks like they just got Ape to SSR. Ape tripped SSR. They'll probably try to lock the price here if possible, but there it goes bouncing right off of it immediately. 2.01 is what they hit. That's what they needed to hit to get it to trip. They tripped SSR on like legit. Like, how can anybody see this and not go like, "Oh, it does nothing"? I have no. That makes no sense to me. Like when people like, how do you not see this? Like this price movement all day long like this. As soon as it trips SSR, and people go like, "It means nothing." Really? Really? How do you not see this? How do you not see that not mean something? I really don't understand it. Where please tell me how that makes sense. Sammy Boy says, I'm an SSR believer now. I'm telling you guys, there's been so many times it's not even funny. All you have to do is just go back and look at the data and see that it's a very obvious, legitimate thing that makes a difference. It's not good. It's not good for us. I'm just saying that it does something. Neo says it sure means a lot to the. It sure does mean a lot to him. It means they can actually make a market when there's no liquidity. But it does mean something though, Björk. It means a lot. Yes. Steven, that's right. It means that they can create more fake shares. And every time that they do that, it's they have to find those shares eventually. So you're absolutely right there, Steven. Every time they do this, they have to go out and they have to find those shares, and it's going to cost them. Recovering SSR addicts. Oh, it just refers to 6 months? Okay, well, that's a big difference, Yale. 22-23 just refers to 6 months worth of time, then that's a big difference. Yeah, 7,500 for 6 months, that's rough. Man, that is, oh, shoot. 1250 a month? Dang, man, that's a house payment here in the US. I mean, for some people, it's a house payment. A lot of people's house payments are a lot higher than that, but I'm just saying for some people, it could be a house payment. Actually, in this day and age, I'd probably be better off at saying that it's more like a rent. There's people who are legitimately playing. I don't know why I'm laughing. That's not funny. It's not funny. It's actually really, really sad. There are legitimately people out there that are paying $1,200, $1,300 a month on rent, and it's not funny at all. No, and nobody should be paying that's high. That is so high. Like if you're paying $1,200 to $1,300 a month, you better have a really nice place, because otherwise, this everything that it is, our whole economy is just so jacked up that you are paying way too much money, way too much money if you're paying 12 to 1,300 bucks a month for rent. I'm just saying. I'm throwing that out there. I think my rent's too damn high. that's, that's what I'm trying to say. My rent is too damn high. I know Nate says my rent's more than 1,200 a month, buddy. I know, dude. I understand that, and I'm saying your rent's too high. I agree with you, and it's not even. I'm laughing, but I'm laughing because it's so unreasonable. It's so unreasonable. Like rent should not be that high for people unless you're living in a really nice place. I mean, it should be like. I mean, you should have like granite countertop tables and like really nice like amenities, and it's in a great location. That's how much rent should be if and it should be like 3 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. Something decent, like really decent for 1,300 bucks a month. I mean, come on. Trip of Oaks said butler and maid. No, not going that far, but I mean, yeah, it should be really nice. Dude, I know, Cookie Monster. I know how ridiculous it is. I know, I understand, man. I understand California. I get it. I know. Uh, I know, man. I know how bad it is there. Cody says 2,000 in Florida. Okay, I'm not laughing now. You can stop. You can stop. Oh my gosh, that is insane, guys. That's insane. Wow, that is insane. What? Those are crazy rent prices. Dude, you know what, Thick? I laughed my ass off. I don't even remember what that guy's name was. It was Doctor something rather, wasn't it? My rent's too damn high. I love that guy, Thick Flair. I loved him to death. I love the fact that he got up there and said his mind, even though he wasn't an electable official. The fact that he got up there and said the things that he said, I was like, "You go, dude." I was so happy that guy got up there and said those things because it needed to be said. Like his rent was too damn high. He was saying that. How many years ago was that? Thick? Wasn't that I want to say that was like 15, 20 years ago? The rent was too damn high. We need that guy. Where is he? We need him back. We need him back right now. Well, that's a beach condo in SoCal. I don't. That's normal. I expect that. Yes, yes, Jimmy Cap. He was. I laughed so hard, dude. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But I wouldn't. I couldn't vote for him. But it's just I absolutely love the fact that he came in there and he was talking about the people's struggles, man. He was talking about people's struggles, and nobody wanted to hear that crap. They wanted to hear all that other stuff, all the other bull crap that everybody talks about that didn't really matter. But he was talking about what people actually struggle with, and those were the things, those were the topics that people needed to be talking about, because it was only getting worse. It was only getting worse, and we all knew it, but we chose to ignore it. I haven't checked it out, thick, but I'm gonna have to look at. I gotta go to break, guys. I'm gonna leave you guys with a little bit of a bobblehead Ross moment here before I leave, because the shills are coming. Since I'm going to break, they're just waiting. They're queued up right now, just waiting for them, for me to walk away so they can hammer you guys with all kinds of things that like get you negatively speaking in here. I hope my moderators in here have a ingenious way of dealing with those individuals. But I leave it in your guys' hands to do what it is. If you don't want to hear somebody talking, you can always silence them. Make sure you know that. But let me leave you with this bobblehead Ross moment here. I have no idea what he's going to say.
And that may be the true joy of painting, is when you share it with other people. I really believe that's the true joy.
I do too. It's all about community, guys. It is truly about community, enjoying and sharing with others. I will see you guys after break.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Oops, got cut off the music there. Gotta take a look at the numbers here and see what's going on. Let's see here. Bouncing off of SSR, AMC hit 640, bounced right off of that one. Chances are they'll probably try and stick the price here if they possibly can. But whenever SSR is tripped, it creates the ability to be able to print more shares. So more than likely they will struggle to complete orders. But if the price, if the market doesn't move back up though with this, we may not see the run up. Let's take a look at what we got going on with the numbers here. I'm going to go ahead and take a look over at Fidelity. Log into my broker real quick, and we'll get going. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts specifically for me until after you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. Make sure that if you're testing it out, set up a secondary phone number while you're at it. So in case something happens to your primary phone number, you can always get back into your account by sending it to the code to another location. Give me 1 second. We'll move a couple screens around here, and let's take a look at what we got going on. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. 47.3 and 14.53 were the numbers from an hour ago. That's now up to 49.42 and 13.93 for a grand total 63.35%. That's almost exactly where it needs to be for a normal off exchange volume for a day. Those numbers are very, very, very normal numbers for what we're used to seeing. What I think an average amount is for AMC. In regard to Ape, 62.28% of our volume going through the off exchange, and EDGX has 8.69 for a grand total 70.97%, which is like 6% higher, 7% higher than what we're used to seeing. So those are high. That's definitely elevated off exchange volume there going through those two exchanges. I started to doze off watching a video, and I woke up with like a couple minutes to spare to come back, and it's a good thing it's a good thing that I woke up, because I was actually I must have been tired because I didn't think I was tired, and I'm glad I woke up in time. Otherwise, I'd have been late coming back. I'm a little groggy right now. It's like, one of those things where you pass out for 5 minutes and you're just like, whoo, I'm tired. So let's see here. So as of an hour ago, we had a reporting of 959,000 shares having been returned by AMC. For shares, it's now 1.68 million. That's going to have the effect of decreasing the short share interest of the free float to 19.11%. Cost to borrow is at 24.71. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is up 1.3 million shares. I'm estimating about 463,000 of that is in new short interest. Shares on loan at 186.12. Taking a look at Ape. Let me refresh this because I don't know if I actually did hit the refresh button on this. An hour ago, there was 327,000 shares returned. It's now 311. Not a whole lot of change there. Estimated short share interest, the free float 7.68. Cost per hour average at 3.03. Shares on loan is at 27.7 million shares. That is 2 million shares day over day more on loan than previously. 27.7 million shares in total, all short interest. Looking at options. An hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at a $7.50 strike price. That is still the case. Went from 17.8 thousand contracts to 18.3. On puts, highest amount of volume at a $7 strike price. An hour ago, there was 4.7 thousand contracts. There is now 6. Nope. I take that back. I was looking at the wrong number. Puts have decreased. The strike price volume amount is now at a $6.50 strike, not 7. And there's currently 6.2 thousand contracts. So market insinuating that there may be a closing price somewhere between 6.5 and 7.5 now on AMC. Combined price between the two right now is $8.52. Earlier this morning, I suggested that I figured that we probably wouldn't see a price much lower than the $8.50 combined price. Looks like we did hit $8.44, so it's a little bit lower than I would have thought, but it does seem like we're kind of bouncing off of that a little bit. That lower level, there's a fib support level there at 8.53. Currently at 8.52. We are holding the support line that is trending downwards here. Let's see if there's I'm looking for a descending parallel channel potentially. Let's see here. Looks more like a broadening wedge. Let me try something real quick here. Let me zoom in on this and try this out. I feel like I see. I mean, I've got like 3 or almost 4 points touching at the bottom down here, and at least 2 touching points at the top. I do think that we're on a descending parallel channel. This should be. It is a pretty steep channel. That should be a bullish breakout going up when price does break out of this. Just depends on when that's going to happen. But combined price is 8.53 right now. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see if we've got AMC, Ape, or GME back up on the list here. GME has made it on the list with a very strong 83% buy to 16% sell ratio. Ape has made it back on the list here. We have a very strong buy-sell ratio, 82% buy to 17% sell ratio. If AMC was on this list, I can almost guarantee you that AMC would be seeing a very strong buy-to-sell ratio as well. So retail is definitely buying this dip. Trigger price for SSR is on. It got triggered for both AMC and Ape for the day today. It was $6.41 for AMC and 2.01 for Ape. Both those hit, and it looks like they've borrowed some more shares from earlier. About 200,000 shares have been borrowed at a 22.5% fee, which puts us at a total of 1 million shares borrowed for the day today so far. NASDAQ is down 3.55, Dow Jones down 1.92, S&P 500 down 2.58. We do have a declining over advancing market with 5,329 decliners to 1,477 advancers. The market is on fire. Watch out, it's hot lava. Do not touch the floor. VIX is down 2.42% and at 31.26. VTI is down 2.65. IWD is down 1.97. Tesla is down 6.01. Amazon down 5.08. Cinemark down 4.84. Doge is down 2.93. Bitcoin is down 2.66. GME is down 4.54. HYMC is down 4.54. Hood is down 3.98. NCMI is down 7.39. Ape is down 9.15. And AMC is down 8.85. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. There is approximately a little less than that, about $2.5 million more in inflow than outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, with a combined of 17.87 million shares traded so far for the day today. 241 minutes have transpired so far in trading. One of these days I'm going to memorize these time numbers for each period of time for the day, but it's going to take me a while. 241 minutes of trading. We're on pace for about 28.9 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested pre-market 10 to 30 million, so I think we're right on track for that. Taking a look at the hourly time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.19, which is signaling almost oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.76, which is oversold. On a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.37, which is below average. On Ape, we have $300,000 roughly more in outflow than inflow for the day today, with 6.82 million shares traded so far after 242 minutes of trading. That puts us on pace for 10.99 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Remember, guys, as we're in the bang phase, price should remain relatively the same, and you will see volume drop as price moves to within plus or minus probably about $2. So we went into this phase sitting at, well, hold on, what was it? 9, hold on a second. Give you exact number. 1057. So 850 would probably be, I wouldn't expect to see price close lower than 850. It could be just slightly off of that, but so I mean, I think we're at the bottom side of this. Oftentimes you see the price do a quick rebound off of that if it does fluctuate too far down. So, and we do know that going into next week, we do have futures that are looking a little bit more positive. So, but on the hourly for Ape, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 20.7, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.67, which is below average. Not below average. Both of those were signaling oversold, rather. Sorry. And on a 5-minute interval, we get a crossover here of showing more buying pressure than selling pressure after a very long period. This morning, we haven't seen more buying pressure than selling pressure since, I don't know, actually pretty much all day today. Here we go. What is this? When was this at? Yesterday. We haven't seen buying on a 5-minute interval. We haven't seen more buying pressure than selling pressure in a large amount since essentially 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. RSI sitting at 28.06, signaling oversold. Surprisingly, even though we hit on SSR on Ape, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of liquidity being generated from this happening. I'm reading through what you guys are saying. Oh, Food Dog. I feel like you don't know what a market crash looks like. It's more than just a dumpster fire. Corbin says, "Ain't that a kick in the head? Thank God it's Friday." Friday. Dumpster Inferno. Pretty much. I mean, that's our market in a nutshell. Let me check real quick here and see if Adam Aaron's got any new tweets out here. No new tweets from Adam Aaron. Let me check the news. Probably going to have something on AMC. Let's see what it has to say. Why is AMC taking a dump right now with the rest of this market? They're going to be all over this one. Let's see what they got to say here. Will they even talk about the Netflix deal? Oh, they do. Glass Onion and Knives Out mystery to hit the theaters Thanksgiving. Netflix struck the deal with AMC, Regal, and Cinemark to show Knives Out, by the way. Just read that in TechCrunch. Still reading here. Give me a second. I'm trying to look to see if there's any new news here. Doesn't look like there's any. I mean, other than the 22 hour ago, 16 minutes ago, that was the most updated one from TechCrunch saying Netflix reaches historic deal with AMC, Regal, Cinemark to show Knives Out and sequel in the theaters. Didn't know that. I actually didn't know that they had struck the deal with all the other companies as well. Harry Parrot only one. Hold on a second, I gotta clear my throat. Ah man, allergies up here. Something's in the air. I gotta look this up real quick. Something's bothering me. I gotta figure out what these allergies are. Let's see. Gotta look up the allergy report where I live. See what's going on right now with these I can't. Weeds. I'm allergic to weeds, guys. Apparently the weeds are my undoing. According to this report here, weeds are at a high. Fall elm is has a medium rating right now, but weeds are apparently out. So no more weed for me. Apparently, must have some kind of allergic reaction to it. Too much weed around here. Never thought I'd say that before. Guess I'm not coming to your place, Jimmy. I'm allergic. I didn't know weeds. Honestly, guys, I'd never seen weeds before on an allergy report. I had no idea. I don't have any. Well, I guess I kind of have some weeds, but it's not bad. Hillbilly, if you're having a problem, man, take a break. We'll be here when you come back. Just stop watching for a little bit, go away, enjoy some time, relax. Sometimes I've had people who've said that they've, taken like a week off from just everything, just kind of just walked away from it all, and then came back a week later and felt so much better. So, but yeah, like take a week off, set your notifications for price targets, any kind of like price, like if you want to see like $100, you just want to be there to witness it. Set your price targets for $100, and so you can show up to witness it happen, and just take some time off. You'll be all right. Corbin says, very interesting find you have printed or pinned. Thanks, Corbin, but I think I need to get to the bottom of it. To be very honest, I think I appreciate the compliment, but until we figure out like why we're seeing a spike in volume like that in CHX, we need to understand the scope of what's going on there. I think that there's definitely something happening in that market, in that exchange, and I think we need to know why we're seeing those spikes and what's causing it, and what does it mean? Hey, Food Dog, I'm gonna remove that for you. Harry Parrott says you're in the Austin area. It's probably the cedar. It's not showing up on the allergy report though. I mean, it does say elm, but it doesn't say anything about cedar. You're welcome, Hillbilly. Corbin says I do that with jigsaw puzzles. My family is really big on doing jigsaw puzzles. I hate them. I hate them. Let me just tell you guys, there is nothing worse than sitting an ADD person down in front of a jigsaw puzzle. I can't even begin to tell you the amount of frustration that I have with jigsaw puzzles. Every piece looks the same to me. I know I can hold two pieces next to each other and that they don't look identical, but you have an entire table full of puzzle pieces that are essentially the same. And an ADD person can, like for me, I look at that and all I see is a bunch of, I see 3,000 pieces of the same thing that have different colors. And it makes, like, I do not see shape differences when it comes to that. I can see it when they take them out two pieces and hold them next to each other. I totally see a big difference. But man, I'm telling you right now, you put me in front of one of those jigsaw puzzles and I just go nuts. Another one that really kills me is crossword puzzles. I don't know. There's something about crossword puzzles. I sit down in front of a crossword puzzle and I go like, where do I start? I don't know where to start. Oh man, jigsaw puzzles absolutely drive me nuts up the wall. I can't stand those. I really can't stand them. I do that. So let's see. Live Oak Pills is from Austin also. Hey Brian, I hope you were the one that was saying you might be suffering from cedar fever or something like that. But I hope everything's going okay with you, man. Also, Brian, are you born and raised? You're in Texas, and I've been meaning to ask you: are you born and raised in Texas, or are you from are you a transplant? What would make the dark pool stop taking all the volume? A lit market that has shares available to trade. That's the answer. There needs to be shares available to trade. So, all those shares that everybody's got locked up in DRS, that would help if those weren't there. That would help. And you go like, well, how would that help if you're holding with your broker? Because your broker's going to start shuffling those shares around. They don't just sit there and sit on every single share that it is that they're holding. They're playing games with them. So that would help. Number one. Number two, a little bit of dilution would help as well. That's additional shares. But when I say a little, I'm talking like 10 million shares tops. Nothing more than that. Maybe 20, but I would hate to see more than that. You're a transplant. Brian, are you from California originally? Blake lives, Casey, I live in the Woodlands about 2 hours from Austin. That's cool, man. So the only thing that will make this happen is margin calls. I mean, there is another scenario where price could absolutely just start running because the whole market starts running like super quick. Like if the whole market just started running up really super fast, like uncontrollably, then that would also do it too. But yes, one or the other. I think the SEC, if I'm not mistaken, Point Break Thor is asking, isn't the dark pools 100% within Gary Gensler's control? I do believe that they have the availability to be able to turn off dark off exchange trading, but I don't know if they've ever done it, and I don't know under what conditions or why they would do it. Um, but I do believe that he has the ability to do that. Yes. Not from California, I'm from Oklahoma. Okay. The only reason I was asking Brian is because I went to school with a Brian Carpenter. I know your last name and first name aren't really like, you know, extremely unique or anything, but I was just kind of curious. It never really clicked before. I don't know why. It wasn't until I think last night was the very first time where I saw the name, your name, and I was like, wait a minute. I think I went to high school with a Brian Carpenter. Pretty sure that I did. Any theory why Ape not going below 2? It hit SSR. So the only way for it to be to hit, no, not the only way, John. There are so first off, what you have to understand, John, is that we have an extremely enormous amount of volume in our um, outstanding shares. The reason why GME was able to do what they did was because their outstanding shares at the time was like 60, 70 million shares. It was really, really, really small. It's really easy to get a gamma squeeze and then a short squeeze to occur when you have a much, much smaller float. Now, when you have, because the market can absorb that kind of an impact, right? But there's not a whole lot of shares there. It starts getting out of control, and it's only going to impact the market, you know, a little bit because it's not that huge, right? But when you're talking about hundreds of millions of shares that are in existence, real shares, outstanding shares. The amount of impact that it has on the market is much, much bigger. And the amount of payment that's going to have to come to pay off the people who hold through this is going to be a much larger amount than what it would be for uh, a stock that had, only 60, 70 million shares. So having said that, what it should kind of show you is that there needs to be some kind of systemic breakdown. Now, if you go back and you listen to some of what some of the analysts were saying, some of the brokerages were saying about GME when they did their interviews after GME had its squeeze, they said that the market was near collapsing when GME started squeezing. And so what you need to understand is that that was a very, very small, very, very, very small outstanding shared company, right? So what happens when you have a company that blows up that's this size? You have there's just no way that the whole market's not just going to just take the most massive dump you've ever seen. There's just no way. The money has to come from someplace. Again, it does not grow on trees. The money to pay people off has to come from somewhere. I think Flat Earth was here earlier. I think he kind of left as soon as I showed back up. He kind of exited. I think he kind of got. I think he's a little scared of me. I think he's going by Bones Farm or something. It looks like now. If I had to guess, I was kind of reading through a little bit. If I had to guess, that's probably who that is. But apparently I think he's a little afraid of me. Some of the things that I say apparently get him more upset than me upset. So I think he tries to avoid me at all costs. It's easier to get you guys riled up apparently than it is for me to get riled up. Thick is in with the repo. Reverse repo for today is 2.226 trillion with 101 counterparties previously. It was 2.32 trillion, so it's a little bit down with 101 counterparties. So same amount of counterparties, just a fraction of a hair down. He knows you control the online vote. I ain't afraid of him. I mean, he quite frankly doesn't have anything in his repertoire that actually comes close to threatening either my position that I hold or me as a person. AMC Level 2 Live says, Casey, I did a market order for Ape today and it filled at 243. I guess my first question to you, hold on a second, let me look at something. My first question to you would be is who's your broker? Number one. Number two is I would file a complaint first with your broker, whoever it is. Actually, you don't need to tell me who your broker is. Oh, too late. Fidelity. All right. You need to file a complaint with your broker. Find out why they purchased at $2.43 when that's never been a market price for the day to day, and then find out what the answer is for that, and if it's a unsatisfactory answer, which I'm pretty sure it's going to be, then what you need to do is you need to contact and file a complaint. And I will give you the link with who you need to file that complaint with. You can go ahead and there's a couple pieces of information that you're going to need for the filing of that complaint, and some of that information I would highly recommend that you pretend like you're going to do a complaint first, find out what that information is, and then Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up here. I'm pulling up a link for you. Make sure you get that information that you're going to need to file that complaint. There you go. Go to that website right there, file the complaint with FINRA, and wait for an answer. That's all you can do. But make sure you go to the website first that I just linked you to right there. Get that information. Pretend like you're going to do a complaint. It'll ask you for information to fill out. For example, I think the things I can just kind of read to you what they are. Let's see. I think what you're going to need to do is and also let Fidelity know that you'll be based on whatever their answer is. Let them know that you're going to be filing a complaint with FINRA because you don't agree with the idea that you're paid more than what the market value was. You can go to the things you're going to have to fill out is primary violation, amount in dispute, start date, end date, activity is ongoing, is this an investment related issue? And I thought there was one more. Stock. Okay, yeah. It's going to ask you for, is this an investment related issue? You'd say yes, it's a stock type. And then you would put in investment product name, you'd put in Ape, investment product symbol. I would put in the full name, not just Ape. Investment product symbol is probably going to be Ape. And then you've got an opportunity to put in a summary of 3,800 character limits. And basically what you're going to do is you're just going to go in there and you're going to let them know what it was that what was communicated to you for the reason as to why what reason was given to you for why the transaction occurred at a rate higher than what was posted all day long on the market. Now, if they give you a valid reason, that's a different story. Yo says if his order was within the percentage allowed, nothing will happen. It's like 10 to 15% spread allowed on market orders. I mean, I'd have to see how he set up his order, but if you hold on a second, let me go to my broker. Hold on. Gotta set up a new page. Let me just see. I'm kind of one of those, I got to see it kind of things. So as you're placing a market order, it should give you the estimated value. And then you would be clicking on something like preview order. This is telling me that I need to enable penny stock trading. It gives me a link to click on to go and enable that. Since I haven't done this and I would like to, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Oh, that one works. Give me just a second. But if he puts in a market order though, okay, so I finished doing that. Preview order. This security is a non-fixed rate preferred stock. Research information about the security is available on the new research experience on fidelity.com. Let's see here. Well, let me click that. No. Let me just check this out here. Hmm. Give me 1 second. I'm looking up some stuff. I've never seen this before, so. Adjustable rate preferred stock. This is a type of preferred stock where the dividends issued will vary with the benchmark. This shouldn't have anything to do with it. Yeah. I don't see, I mean, there's no way that it should, there's just no way, there's no way that it should have charged him anything more than what market value should have been. I haven't seen this before. Let me just check something real quick here. I'm obviously gonna have to research this to figure out like why that would be a possibility. But I would still just, I would contact your broker and I would ask them and find out what the reasoning is. I mean, there may be a legitimate, valid reason. It'd be awesome if you came back and reported what that is. Uh, Casey Shaw's power of attorney says also record the call. Nosa says the answer I got when that happened to me, eToro broker, was that it was the price that could execute the order, and the price provider is different from broker to broker. Case closed. Wait, what? Was that it was the price that could execute the order and the no? That's some bullshit right there. Hold on a second. I'm looking this up. This may be something new to me, but I mean, if the exchange is legitimately showing level 1 and level 2 ask and bid orders that are within the price range of something better than the price that you got, which was the entire market price for the day, there's no reason why he shouldn't have been able to get it then. There's legitimately zero reason why. I would hit him with an inquiry on this. I mean, you've got proof the level 2 order books are filled. There's prices where those could transact at a lower price. The only other thing I could say is that you should, this is part of the reason why I've kind of been telling you guys for a long time, put in those limit buy orders at a limit high. If you put in a limit high buy order, then you're saying you want to buy at the highest, whatever the highest market value is, and stop using those market orders. But it's also really important to try and trade directly from the NYSE as well, or IEX, your choice, whichever. Don't worry about the red line, guys. I think it was what day did we trip it? I guess we didn't trip it yesterday. It was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, we tripped. Let's go back in history and look at this real quick. 2 days ago, I'm going to put another red line in here. Hold on a second. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. 2 days ago, the closing price, I guess it would have been the 4th. It was on because we tripped it on we tripped it on the 3rd? I think it was the 3rd that we tripped it. No, it had to be the 4th. What was the low? 697? No, it couldn't have been. Hold up 1 second, guys. I need to do a little bit of math here. 627. So that wasn't the day. Oh, was it Ape that tripped? Was it Ape that tripped and not AMC? Hold on a second. Let me just try and figure out what it was. I know we tripped SSR one of the 2 days ago, and oh, that's right, it was Ape I think 2 days ago. All right, here we go. 2.74 or 2.44 minus 0.244 would be 2.196. That wasn't the day. 2.74. I don't remember what day it was now. It's really hard to figure out. 466. All right, so okay, it was the 5th that we tripped it on Ape. So let me take you over to Ape real quick here and put a red line in for $2 and 2.466. I'm gonna show you something really kind of crazy here. Let's see, red line, red line, red line. $2.466. The line's slightly off here, but what I want to show you guys is that if you come back in time and you go back to the, let me put the extended hours in here again. If you go back in time to the day that we tripped, so this is today's price movement right here. So we're going to go back 2 days, not yesterday, but the day before. And look how many times we bounced off that line when we tripped it initially. And then the next day we were slightly ran up and then finally fell below it. So just because the line's there, I wouldn't fear it too much. They're going to probably, a lot of times we will bounce off the line and start heading back up, but apparently not right now, not when the market's going to be heading down with us. We're just going to hug that line basically. So, I mean, it's not really a line to be too fearful of, I don't think. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna keep on moving down, guys, as long as this market keeps moving. And just remember that, like, every time we move down 10%, the farther we get down, the harder it is to move, right? Because 10% increments per day becomes less and less and less. Don says we should have a theme song. I've uh I've got something in the works, but I'll surprise you one day maybe with it. Dana says, "What is this fear you speak of?" It's not me. I'm laugh at it, man. Oh, I laugh at fear. Ha ha. Fear?
That was easy.
I don't fear this. Don Steffen says, or Steppens, is it Steffen or Steppen? Says the fanny pack song is pretty hilarious, man. I love it. This is what attempts to force capitulation looks like. They need everyone to sell everything to survive. It, it really truly honestly is because they'll have to cough up money. They're gonna have to start coughing up money, and they don't have it unless they start selling their own positions. So that's what we're seeing is we're seeing the whole market just saying, oh shoot, well, I guess if we're gonna have to pay these guys off, we better start making some money somewhere. We gotta get people to start selling their positions and start collecting money because we done screwed up. Hobo with a shotgun? That's a real name of a movie? That's kind of weird. Oh shoot, it's 1:15, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers. I got to get out of here and start making some food because today's carnitas day, guys. I am making carnitas tonight. So I'm going to be taking a break here and I got to get out of here. I'm going to run through these numbers as super fast as I can because I completely lost track of time. So let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. We're going to run through these numbers as fast as I can so I can get out to break and cut up the meat and start cooking it and getting it ready to go because I got to go do stuff. It's a homecoming football night too, so I got to go to a football game. So it's gonna be a busy night. All right, taking a look at off exchange. Dang, I totally lost track of time there. AMC total numbers right now 49.05 and 13.46 through the EDGX for a grand total 62.51. That's a little low, but it's real close to what an average day might look like. Real close, not too far off, a couple percent. Taking a look at Ape, we got 62.51 and 8.78. Total of 71.29% of our volume. That's a lot going through those two off exchanges for Ape. Looking at Ortex data. An hour ago, Ortex on AMC was showing 1.68 million shares having been returned. That value is 1.93 now. It's going to slightly lower that estimated short share interest a little bit more to 19.09%. Cost of our average at 24.77. Shares on loan for the day today is up by 1.3 million to 186.12 million shares on loan. 463,000 of that I'm estimating to be a new short interest. And taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was 311,000 shares having been returned. It's now 308,000 shares. Won't really change the estimated short share interest of the free float at 7.68%. Cost of our average at 3.06. Shares on loan at 27.7 million shares. Day over day, that's up by 2 million shares. All of that in short interest. Short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume for strike price for calls is at $7.50. It was 18.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 18.6 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts is at a $6.50 strike. An hour ago at 6.2 thousand contracts. It's now 6.8. Market still kind of pointing towards a closing price between 6.5 and 7 for AMC. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we did break out of the descending parallel channel, and we started trading sideways. We'll have to see. This may be a flag and pennant if I go out to like a I don't know, maybe like a 15-minute pattern. It may look a little bit like a flag and pennant pattern forming. If that's the case, then perhaps in the next, probably before the end of the day, this will be breaking. So it's not probably going to have a chance to complete, but these flag and pennants usually do continue to break downwards. Combined price is $8.49. I told you guys I didn't think it closed much lower than $8.50. So we're smack dab right on what it was that I was saying. I didn't think we'd close much lower than. I even changed my price prediction to be the lower amount because I didn't think. I mean, I was just trying to catch it, but I didn't think it would be that close. Taking a look at Fidelity, we currently have GME is on the list here with a strong 82% to 17% buy to sell ratio. And Ape is also on the list with a very strong 83% buy to 16% sell ratio. So we are definitely buying up the dip. AMC did not make the top 30. SSR has triggered for both AMC and Ape. Ape triggered at 2.016 and AMC triggered at 6.41. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they did borrow an additional 50,000 shares earlier at a 22.5% fee, which has dropped down now to 22.1. That puts us at 1.05 million shares traded so far for the day today, or borrowed, I should say. I said traded, I meant borrowed. NASDAQ is down 3.62, Dow Jones is down 2.04, S&P 500 down 2.67. Market's on fire, don't touch the hot lava floor, with 5,316 decliners to 1,510 advancers. The VIX is up 2.75, putting us at 3136. VTI is down 2.73, IWD down 2.1, Tesla down 6.05, Amazon down 4.66, Cinemark down 5.29, Doge is down 2.54, Bitcoin down 2.53, GME up, down 4.58, HYMC down 5.81, Hood is down 3.36, NCMI is down 5.52, Ape is down 9.6, and AMC is down 9.13. Inflow versus outflow. We have like $3.5 million more in inflow than outflow. with 19.26 million shares traded today so far, with 290 minutes left to go. Or sorry, 100 minutes left to go. 290 minutes having been traded. Putting us at a pace of 25.9 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million, so we're right on track for that. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 18.39, severely oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 18.26, severely oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.12, which is below average. On Ape, we have approximately $400,000 more in outflow than inflow for the day today, with 7.62 million shares traded so far after 291 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 10.21 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 5 and 25 million, but to expect less volume today than yesterday, as volume should be falling day over day. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure. Sorry, scratch that, reverse it. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 21.8, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 23.79, signaling oversold. And in a 5-minute interval, way more buying pressure right now, with RSI sitting at 29.59, signaling oversold. Bollinger Band's getting super, super tight here. And let me take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to put the tramp back up here. I got to run. I got to get out of here, and I got to start making, if I'm going to get back on time, I got to go start making those carnitas right now, or else I'm not going to get it done in time. So I got to get out of here. Let me make sure the data's back up on the screen. Let me make sure you guys can see all the information. Nice and good. Max pain for the day today is at $7.50. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to head out of here. I'll leave you some music, and I'll be back by 2:10. See you in just a bit. I got to go make those carnitas. Wish me luck. I hope I have all the ingredients.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? MusicVine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with MusicVine.
Are you ready to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. Go premium now.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back a little early. What the heck is going on here? What the heck is Casey back early for? I finished. I was a couple minutes faster than I think last time in preparing those carnitas. So they're good to go. They're sitting in. I just turned on the. Turned on the pressure cooker for 45 minutes, and away they go. They will be cooking now. So guess what, guys? You made it. You made it to Friday. Congratulations. I know it's been a rough week. You guys have been holding in there quite nicely. The OBV proves that that's the case. You guys have done a great job this week. Not only that, you've been buying the dip, and so I want to say cheers to those of you out there who are still applying pressure to these hedge funds. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your diamond hands. All of you, you guys did a great job this week. Give yourself a hand. Cheers. Oh, I just noticed that my fan is jacked up here. There we go. Cheers. All right. So let's talk about something real quick. Yeah, I got the gangster lean going on. Way back. Yeah. So think about this for a second, guys. I want you to remember who's in this fight. There is institutionally, there is a. Let me pull up my data because I can't remember off the top of my head. There is 153.994 million shares owned by the institutions. 154 million shares owned by institutional buyers. I'm telling you now, right here, right now, guys, that they don't sit here and hold a position like this if there's something amiss, right? They would have dumped this a long, long time ago. And if you look and see, who all is involved in buying on the institutional side of this, what you're going to find is that there's a lot of people out there, a lot of pensions that are linked to senators, people who are connected to senators that are out there. I want you to understand that there are people who are holding this play with you, and it's not just us. There are people out there, institutions who believe that this is going to be a squeeze, and they're not leaving. So while it looks hard, just remember, we're not the only ones that are here holding through this. There are others. There are institutional smart people, even. There's a smart people, even, that are out there holding. Do you finish off your carnitas in a cast iron skillet? Jimmy, no. I put them in a glass. I put them in a glass casserole dish. I turn the oven on to broil, and I do about 5 broil sessions where I crisp the top of the carnitas with some of the leftover carnita juice sitting at the bottom, and I let it just steam and sear all at the same time. Joe says, even the smart people. I know, Joe. It came out wrong, but I tried to make a recovery. But yeah, that's how I do my carnitas. And yeah, Buck says, carnita juice. It is really good stuff, guys. I feel like I make it like once every 2 weeks or so because it's so tasty. And that pork shoulder or whatever it's called, shoulder butt or something, I forget what it's called, but that meat is like I can buy one short pork shoulder butt or whatever I can't remember the name of it at Costco, and I think it's like $50. Maybe no, it was $50. It was $50 for the whole thing. I can only cook one half of that in a session, and that will feed like 14. Half of that one shoulder butt will feed like 14 people for a night, and have leftovers left over. I'm telling you guys, it is an amazing deal. That's the best $50 you ever spend in your whole life. If you have a pressure cooker, I can post out the recipe for you guys to see on the Discord. It is really simple to do. I did all the tough portion of it just now while I was on break for 50 minutes. It takes 50 minutes to do the toughest part of it. And Lucas says, price expectations for tomorrow? Question mark. How about the market's closed? Yep. Yo says SPY drops 3% after healthy job numbers. And mainstream media go to dead. Yeah, because this is normal, right, guys? This is totally normal. Yeah. My pressure cooker doubles as an air fryer, but I've never thought about using the air fryer portion of it for frying the carnitas afterwards, just because the surface area is not very big. Does it happen that you have leftovers that aren't left over? Yeah, that's usually when the whole meal's eaten. And they're all sitting inside of our stomachs. Those are the leftovers. Sam says, so what you're saying, Casey, is that you like big butts and you cannot lie. You know what? I'm not a big butt fan. I'm really just not a big butt fan. Sorry, no offense, but I'm kind of a small butt fan. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Big butts mean bigger stinkies. I'm sorry. No. It's true. Oh man. I know. I've got one. Totally inappropriate, Casey. What are you doing? Stop. Let me take you guys over to the other page and start doing numbers, because otherwise I'm just going to say things I'll regret for the rest of my life. I'm already regretting. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, if you don't have it, try getting it. See if you like it. While you're setting it up, make sure you get a secondary phone number in there in case something happens to your primary phone number, so you don't get locked out of your account. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing because I'm hanging my head in shame after that outburst of insanity speaking. My tongue being faster than my senses. Yeah, good times. Off exchange. Let's see what the final numbers are for off exchange for the day today. 49.69 for AMC. EDGX is sitting at 13.04, which is 62.73 combined. That's probably about 4% lower than what I would expect by this time of the day. So we're going to have low volume going through off exchange. They don't need a whole lot of volume when SSR is stripped, guys. It's they don't need to hide price discovery. They can just print fake shares, so it's not a big deal. Unusually, though, Ape is tripped and has 62.06% through off exchange and 9.83 going through the EDGX for a grand total 71.89% of a volume going through off exchange for Ape. Let's see here. That's high. That's really high data. I'd say that's like 5.89% higher than it should be. Taking a look at Ortex. I say stupid things, guys. I apologize. I speak way faster. Sometimes I speak faster than I think. Okay, so for AMC, earlier it was reporting 1.93 million shares borrowed for the day. It's now 2.11. I'm sorry, returned. 2.11 shares returned. That's going to decrease that estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.09%. Cost of our average is at 24.66%. Which is a little bit lower than what we saw at the beginning of the week. Shares on loan is 186.12, which is 1.3 million more day over day. I'm estimating about 463,000 of that to be in short interest that's new. Taking a look at Ape. On Ape, as of an hour ago, we had 308,000 shares having been returned. It's now 422,000 shares. That's going to change the estimated short share interest down to 7.67%, cost per average at 3.07. Shares on loan is 27.7 million shares. 2 million of that is in day over day. That was a raise of 2 million, and that's all short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call options is at a $7.5 strike price. An hour ago, there was 18.6 thousand contracts. There's now 18.8. On puts, highest amount is at $6.5 or 6.8 thousand contracts. There's now 8.1. I did not expect to see the price be closing less than $8.50 for the day today, and we're sitting right at a combined price of $8.50 right now. There's been a lot of exceptional volume coming in from 1454 to 1507. A lot of volume right in here. You can see it. I don't know what to say, guys. I really thought that price would have held a little bit higher than this. I mean, 850 is kind of where I expected as a bare minimum. But they got it down to the bare minimum. It is what it is. When the market's going down, we're going to go with it. Taking a look at Fidelity. Fidelity says that we're buying the dip. GME has an 82 to 17% buy to sell ratio. Ape has an 83 to 16% buy to sell ratio. Very, very, very healthy and strong on those buy sell ratios. I like what I'm seeing. We're buying the dips, and we're getting some of those stocks onto the top 30 list, which is a good thing. SSR triggered for both AMC and Ape today. Ape triggered at 2.016 and AMC triggered at $6.41, which means it'll be on for Monday. Shares available to borrow. It looks like in the last hour they returned 50,000 shares, then borrowed them right back again. That's going to equate to 1.1 million shares borrowed for the day today. Fees are at 22.1%. NASDAQ is down 3.84. Dow Jones is down 2.37. S&P 500 is down 3%. Market's looking trashy with 5,441 decliners to 1,410 advancers. The VIX is down, or up rather, 2.95 and at 3142. VTI is down 3.07. IWD is down 2.51. Tesla's down 6.14. Amazon is down 4.8. Cinemark is down 5.54. Doge is down 2.55. Bitcoin is down 2.65. GME is down 4.12. HYMC is down 7.1. Hood is down 3.18. NCMI is down 3.89. Ape is down 10.78. And AMC is down 8.78. AMC has roughly $4 million more in $4 million more in inflow than outflow. We've traded so far 20.98 million shares with approximately 39 minutes left to go. We're on pace for 23.32 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I think, well, I don't think anything, but what do you think? No, I don't. I really don't. Try not to. The prediction of 10 to 30 million shares that I gave earlier this morning is looking like it's going to be right on. On the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 20.36, which is signaling heavily oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 21.06, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.65, which is slightly below average. We have $100,000 more in outflow than inflow. 9.18 million shares have jumped. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold up. 351. We're on pace for 10.3 million shares by the end of the day today. I may have given you guys the wrong number for AMC for the final numbers. I might have said 23. I don't know what I said. I think I got it right. Whatever it was, I think I got it right. 10.32 million shares is how many shares that we are on pace to finish the day for. I said somewhere between 5 to 25 million, so we're on pace for that on hourly. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.34, extremely oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 19.97, extremely oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.99, signaling oversold, which is actually the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th time that we've dipped down into oversold territory for the day today. Pretty hefty. It does appear to me, based off of what I'm seeing here, it appears to me that somehow they're managing to drop the price of Ape when they raise the price of AMC. So it's almost like they're using them against each other to anytime there's price discovery happening on one, the other one drops, and when the other one drops, the other one rises. So it's almost like they're pinning the two stocks against each other. We are getting extremely close to a synthetic price failure on AMC, or Ape rather. 1.94 would be the starting point for synthetic price failure on Ape. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing. And since it is Friday, I'm going to go back to the back of the big tramp. And anybody who wants to join me back there is more than welcome to. Do note, when you come to the back of the big tramp, you will be live and recorded. Oh man, I can smell the carnitas cooking already. I love that pressure cooker. Casey, don't worry about the jokes. With all this bleeding in the market, we need all the humor we can get. Slapstick comedy coming right up. Oh man. You know what I used to love? Well, and I'm not sure it's because my dad liked it so much or not. Sometimes I feel like Dark Latin says you got to roll your R's with the carnitas. Carnitas. I feel like I roll it too much. Carnitas. I don't know. Whatever. I feel like sometimes I like things just because my dad liked him growing up, and because you admire your dad, and so you like the things he likes. But growing up, my dad was a big fan of Laurel and Hardy. I don't like the Three Stooges. I just think they're kind of corny. I love Laurel and Hardy. I love them. I think they're absolutely hysterical. I can't get enough of those two guys. But in all honesty, it's really kind of the same kind of humor. There's no real difference. It's just two guys instead of three guys. But for some reason, I love Laurel and Hardy so much better. Manjeet, I actually have that. That's what I'm working with.
What up, Casey?
What's going on, man? Who is this? This is
Glock.
Glock. How's it going, man?
Just chilling.
Nice.
Got home from work.
Is this a 2A weekend for you?
Yeah, 2 days.
Happy Friday.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Happy Friday to you.
You got any special plans?
Nah, no, just taking it easy, man. I've been working a lot of hours lately. I work from like 2 a.m. to 3.
Did you say 2 a.m. to 3?
Yeah,
Like 2 a.m. in the morning to 3 p.m.
yeah.
Oof, man, those are rough hours.
I end up I end up sleeping like 4 hours tops every night. Most nights it's like 2, 3 hours.
But I think you can appreciate what I'm about to say. Shopping at Walmart really late at night is kind of entertaining, isn't it?
It is.
Those late night shopping trips at Walmart are great because the store is kind of empty. You don't have to deal with people, but the people that are there are definitely interesting.
Absolutely. You see all kind of strange stuff.
Oh yeah, yep, yep. That is
It's
so true.
Halloween all year long in Walmart.
That's so true. That is so true. You know what another great hangout is real early in the morning like that is corner stores.
Yeah, yeah.
Corner stores are
You
fun.
get all the drunk people and just strange ones.
Mm-hmm.
Strange ones in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I used to work a corner store overnight.
Oh yeah. You know what
So
I'm talking about then.
yeah,
It's real fun too, because well, I mean, sometimes you get you get the dancers and the drunk guys showing up to the corner stores at the same time, and
yeah, yeah. It can turn into a party real quick.
yeah, this is true. Working night shift most of my life, we found humor in taking our breaks at like 2 o'clock in the morning and heading over to a QT. This is back in Phoenix, Arizona. We would head over to the QT and hang out at the QT and just kind of watch the 2 a.m. people roll through.
Dude, I worked I worked at an AM/PM, I think. They have AM/PM out there, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was an AM/PM. Yeah, right in Mesa. So you know all the tweakers and stuff, they come out creeping.
Mm-hmm.
You see all kinds of strange people.
But you know what though? I love watching human interactions, and I just it's for me it's just fun. It's fun to sit back and just watch people be characters.
Yeah, yeah. I'm the same way. Yeah. I don't judge people.
Me either. Each to their own. Each to their own. You be you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna sit back and watch and laugh, but you be you.
absolutely.
Oh man. You know, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. It sounds like my pressure cooker's got the release valve on, so I'll be right back. Give me a second.
All right.
I'm glad I went and checked that. That thing was just hissing away like it wasn't gonna ever seal.
What are you cooking?
Carnitas. Oh, I gotta say it right. Carnitas. I can't do it right now. Carnitas.
There you go. You gotta roll it.
I can't do it. I can try, but sometimes if if I get a few drinks in me, it either sounds better to me or I actually get better. I'm not sure which. So you've been down in that area.
Let's go!
Who is this? Monty?
Yeah.
There's Monty in the head.
How's it going, dude? Did we trip? You're cutting out, Monty. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, cool. It looks like on Ape we're getting really close to triggering an SPF.
What's that?
I bought some more shares of Ape today.
Nice.
Monty, you dead?
Yep. Load it up.
You go away.
I wish I could.
I'm getting robot. All I hear is robot.
Are you still live streaming?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Monty's like, dang it, I didn't mean to say that out loud.
It's all good.
Is Monty? So Neo wants to know: is Monty going to be safe with his price prediction today? Monty had 776 to 1076. He is most definitely going to be in there because it's right now it's at 845. I actually had I had 8 to 11. Eric has 850 to 1150. Keto has 7. I think Keto's going to win the week. Keto's got 713 to 1013, and he's got 4 points going into Friday. So I think Keto's going to win it.
Okay.
But you know what though, Monty? If he hadn't undercut you, there was a chance you could have walked out away with this thing. You could. It was getting close.
Yeah, they always undercut me. They wait till I get my price prediction, and they're like, "Oh, I'll go lower, or I'll go a little bit higher."
You can change it, man. Anytime before market open, it's up to you.
No, it's all good.
All right. Vacay's asking when does synthetic price failure happen? For Ape, synthetic price failure occurs at $1.94. It's at 195.5. Who else we got in the room here? We got Gorilla Gardener and Lady Tahiti. How's it going?
I'm driving, Casey. I don't know. I'll probably be cutting in and out.
Well, Lady Tahiti, can you tell us how is your condition down in Florida? Like how's everything going for you?
My area, which is approximately 12 miles from Fort Myers Beach, is fine. We've got power. We have traffic signals. Our restaurants are not open yet. Our gas stations are. Our grocery stores are. For my area to get completely back to normal, it's going to be probably another week or so. So not too bad. Now I'm afraid to even go to the beach. I don't even want to go down to that area. I'm too afraid to see what I'm going to see.
Yeah.
So
how many
avoid it at all costs.
How many tornadoes have you been through before that are like this one?
You mean hurricanes?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I meant hurricanes. Sorry.
Okay. I've been through at least 30 of them. Probably more. Probably closer to 50.
As bad as this one?
No. Charlie came in with a pack, but you got to understand, when Charlie came in, and most of them come in, they come in at one point and cut across the state, whether it's east to west or west to east. This one did not. This one bumped all the way up the coast. So everything from fire.
Miss Tahiti, you cut out on me here. Are you still there? I can't hear. Lady Tahiti, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay, I'm driving down the expressway. We're in bumper to bumper traffic, so there's some dead spots here. along the expressway. But
How
yeah, no, it bounced up and down. It went all the way through the coast. It got Naples Beach, Fort Myers Beach. It got the city of Cape Coral. It got Punta Gorda. It got Port Charlotte. It got Bradenton. It got Sarasota, which was a lot more than what Charlie did. The main destruction on Charlie, which was a Category 5, it just hit Punta Gorda. So the surrounding areas weren't as bad as Punta Gorda. Well, this isn't. This kind of bumps up the coast a little bit.
Yeah. How's gas supplies
bad.
for you guys? Are you guys able to get gas pretty easily?
The time I got gas was last Sunday, and I had to wait an hour and a half. Monday and Tuesday, their gas stations didn't have any gas. Since Wednesday, I don't know if they got gas again. I don't know. I haven't seen any tankers down here with gas yet. But it's scarce, and it's up to $4 again.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Are they price gouging?
Yep, definitely.
Oh. I assume you're under a state of emergency, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, there's, oh my gosh. I have so many friends that lost everything.
Yeah.
So many friends that lost everything. Yeah, it was a bad one this time. It was the worst I've ever been through in 30 years.
Everybody you know's got has their life though, right? I mean, everybody got away for the most part that you know of.
Yes, I don't know anybody deceased.
Okay, that's good.
So yeah, I mean it could have been a lot worse. Don't get me wrong, it could have been a lot worse. But I mean, I'm back to work. And things are getting back to normal for me a little bit. But the down by the beaches, it's going to be years.
Yeah. Well, thank you for keeping us updated. I appreciate that.
Absolutely, anytime. You're on your live, and I didn't know that.
Yes. I am live here. I should probably warn everybody. I did a warning. I figured everybody that was coming in would know, since I gave a warning that it was live. But yes, this is live. For everybody who's in here right now,
Hi, everybody.
this is live.
Yeah, Mitch just sent us a text like Casey's in the back of the big tramp talking with everybody. So I rushed over to see what was going on.
Every Friday I try to get together.
I'm sorry. I was just Glock. Are you working?
No.
Oh, okay. Good for you.
I just got off. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There was something. Manjit, welcome. Good to see you. Jason Posey, welcome. Anybody got any special plans for this weekend?
I'm working.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fun to be going back to work too, right after all of this crap that you're dealing with too. That's awesome.
Yeah, a little bit more normalcy.
Well, I hadn't thought about it like that. I guess returning back to normal is probably better than not returning back to normal. So there is that, I guess. Kind of gets your mind off of things.
Yeah, exactly.
Janice says she's decorating for Halloween. I helped my wife with that yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I trimmed bushes so she could decorate. So I went out and trimmed bushes and got eaten alive by bugs. I hate bugs. I hate mosquitoes. Let's see here. So we have about just a little less than 15 minutes to go here before I gotta cut us out here. Does anybody have anything else they wanted to share?
No, just excited to see what you find out this weekend.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to putting together that report too. my, my,
I
yeah.
am.
Cuddy Cut says this weekend I'm going to try to get my mind off of how low AMC Ape has gotten. Right now I feel like I've been slapped across the face. Yeah, I hear you, Cuddy Cut. I understand. But you gotta realize though that this whole market's just taking a big old giant big poo poo, and so it's happening everywhere. The whole market's getting toasted. Oh, don't do that, Jana. Jana's saying I wish I could rob a bank this weekend so I could buy more ape. Please don't do that.
For real.
Well, something's got to give sooner or later.
You know, it's every time that we've ever seen in the past where we've had like volume compact like really really super tight, it usually follows with an explosion of volume that just comes out of nowhere. And it's like one morning we just kind of wake up and this volume is just massive and it's goes like, where the heck did this come from? So, you
Yep.
know, I think one of these mornings we're going to wake up and we're going to see that. We're going to see a very large amount of volume, and you'll know that probably one of the next things that you'll see after that is going to be price moving.
Just waiting for them to lose control.
Mm-hmm. Cuddy Cut, you're welcome, man. You know, together as a community, we can do this. We can fight through this. If we try to stand through this alone, it's where we're going to struggle. So, quite honestly, I need you guys just as much as you feel like you need me. Um, it really does take a community to be able to get through something like this. We have a major entity that we are fighting here, and that entity is called the entire market. The entire market is against us on this play. They don't want us to win. So we have a very big, huge challenge, a massive fight that we're fighting here. And the only way we'll get through it is together.
Hello, Casey.
Doug, how's it going, man?
I'm a little under the weather. Me and my wife are back in Fort Myers now. We live relatively close to Tahiti.
So not good in your
Hey,
area,
love
huh?
you long time, Doug.
Yeah, I just lost my fence is all, and we have to put some money back to rebuild the fence. It blew debris in the front yard and the backyard, and my palm trees are gone. And yeah, it's just this year I'm ready for it to be over with. Sometimes I'm always so positive, but with everything going on now, I'm just so bleh.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Doug, though? You've got your beautiful wife and your baby that's on the way, and all of you guys are healthy, which is good. And you know those are the kind of things that you need to focus on and cherish the fact that you've got the things that really count and matter the most. More than anything, those are the most important things.
True.
Money is fleeting. Time is fleeting, and time will try to rob you. But memories and time with your family are things you can never trade off for something else. Those are the health of your family and the times you have to spend with them. as everything. It's everything.
Yeah.
I know, man. I know it's tough. I'm not dealing with what it is you're dealing with, but I can understand how what you're seeing, it's got you down, and I get it.
Yeah, usually I'm the strong one, but lately it's got my goat.
Well, you know what we do about that? We give you a little bit of bobblehead Ross.
And let's make some nice little clouds that just float around and have fun all day.
We're just gonna paint some nice little clouds and have fun all day. That's what you need. You need laughter. Laughter is good. Find the fun stuff. Find the happiness. That's where you'll flourish and grow and repair and build back and make things stronger.
True.
It'll be over soon.
Yeah, it is getting there. I could feel this market it's like it feels like what it's like to walk outside when it's like 20 degrees outside and you're wearing shorts and a t-shirt. You shrivel up. That's what this market feels like right now. It's puckering.
Yeah, it's not good to watch it every day and like I've done since I've been in the play, and that's been since February of last year. But do what it needs to do. And that's why I'm holding as long as I have. And I've gotten a group and a community behind me too, like you do. And I just feel like I have failed them.
No. You see, you can't take on those kind of things. Every single one of us is an individual, man. You can't. Every single one of us makes our own decisions. What you need to do is you need to understand that you're not the leader of anybody in this. We're apes, all together equal, and you don't own the responsibility of the other people that are around you. You may be, talking to people and telling them what you're seeing, but you don't own their decisions. Those are decisions that they have to make on their own. Apes together strong is a saying, but all people equal is the other part to that, and is that each one of us makes our own decisions, and you got to remember that we all fight this fight individually but together at the same time. So you don't need to let something like that weigh you down as a burden, because this is a decision that each one of us makes. There is no one person that's the leader of this community. We all make our own decisions. So keep your chin up and know that you're doing what you think is right and what's best for you. And that's what you have to keep focused on.
Yes, sir.
It is really kind of like one of those things where, you can start to feel like you're gonna take on everybody's ownership of what it is that they're doing, but that's really just gonna in the long run make you feel rough and empty inside, because it can cause you to make you feel like a failure, but you shouldn't feel that way. We're gonna be all right. Life continues on. We're gonna be good. Keep your chin up, bud.
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
This will have its run. Just be ready.
Oh, you know I'm gonna be ready, Monty. You know I'm
have
gonna
more
be
money than you don't know what to do with.
ready.
Forget about it.
the
It's
other
gonna
thing
be a
too.
good Christmas this year.
Yeah. Ooh, I hope so. The end of the year would be great.
Yes, sir.
You know, when they say diamond hands, they weren't joking.
It does take a lot of pressure for diamond hands, doesn't it?
I mean, I know Casey, and some are in my group. Without mentioning no names, I know 3 people that are down of $250,000 or down of $500,000.
It's
And
better
that
it's
just
better not
scares
to focus on
me
the
to death.
numbers, man. Don't focus on those numbers. Don't get caught up in them.
Yeah.
You can't focus on those kind of numbers like that. You can't, they're not down until they sell, right? You got to remember
Yeah.
that this is not how much is somebody down by. This is why I try
You're
to keep
right. You're right.
this is
You're
why I
right.
try to keep the whole numbers thing out of this. You shouldn't know what other
You're
people's
right.
numbers
I
are.
keep forgetting
Yeah,
that.
you don't need to know what other people's numbers are because it's not your problem.
I should remember that.
Yeah, don't look at other people's numbers. They're not your problem. Your problem is to make sure to take care of yourself, your mental health, your family, you. We're all in this together though. Don't let that's
Yeah.
a decision that they're choosing to make and they think that they're choosing to make that decision because they think it's right too. So don't take ownership for that. Take care of yourself, and your family. Those are important things to do.
I think the hurricane was the icing on the cake. I was good until that hurricane.
When I had COVID, I remember when I got COVID in March of last year, I think it was, and the price was dropping to like six. I don't remember what it was, but it was dropping before we ran up. And I remember thinking to myself, like, what the hell am I doing here? Why am I doing this? Why am I putting myself through this? Why am I losing all this money? And at the time, it really wasn't. It didn't seem like a whole lot at the time. I was like, I could just sell and it would be all over. And then I started realizing that it was the COVID that was talking. I was sick. I was down. And it was really my will had just given up because of the fact that I was dealing with the sickness at the time. You have to really kind of learn to compartmentalize these things and say, like, this is one subject, and the other things that I'm dealing outside of my life is another subject. And I think that subject, that bigger subject of that hurricane that you just dealt with, is weighing down on that other compartment, and it's weighing down on it to the point to where it's breaking the walls and driving in there and saying, what am I doing? Why am I here? What am I doing? Don't let that happen. Compartmentalize these issues. They're different subject matters. And while it may be weighing down on you, remember that they're separate issues and that you're going to drive through this. There will always be the other side. You will always get to the other side wherever it is that you are going. I promise you. You just keep on driving forward and you will get to the other side. You just have to believe that you will. Just like with this hurricane, you will get to that other side.
Yeah. You should be a motivational speaker.
I have never had that compliment thrown my way before.
I'm not kidding.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
Well, I hate to do this to you, man, because it's the end of the day, and I gotta go take care of these carnitas because they're gonna be popping out here any minute, and I gotta start browning them and stuff. But you hold strong, sir. You hold strong, not just in whatever it is that you choose to do in the market, but you hold strong in your life, because there's so much to hold on to in regards to having happiness, laughter, and a family that you can enjoy, because you have those things, and nothing can take those away from you. Hold on to them.
Yes, sir.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold on to
sir. I
her.
appreciate you, Casey.
Absolutely. You hold on to her tight in the night because that's what you got. You got you and her. You guys hold on to each other.
You got it, bud.
All right, Doug. You take care, man. I'm going to back out of the back of the big tramp here, guys. Thank you for spending this Friday with me. I really appreciate all you guys coming in here.
We're here to screw at you.
Screw them! All right, guys. See you in a bit. Guys, that holds true for every single one of you. Every single one of you. Remember that. Those words hold true. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. You have a 2-day weekend to refresh yourself for next week. Spend time with that family, your friends, or walking a pet, because those pets love to get outdoors too. And while you're at it, if you feel like it, go see a movie. But above all else, don't have a good weekend. Have a great weekend.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.